Okay, so today, right, Detective Quinn, Atlanta detective, he's going to testify today about his interactions he's had with Young Thug and Young Thug coming into the Neiman Marcus store where he worked as a second job uh, 10 years ago. Now, he's not saying he had any major interactions as far as I seen with Young Thug, but he did say that he told Young Thug he was under investigation for the incident where Mr. Bean, the guy that was testifying about the car crash and the shooting and saying Young Thug was in the car, he did testify saying that he told Thug that he was under investigation and that he was wondering if he could get a sample of Young Thug's DNA to see if his DNA matched anything in the car. And and he also said that Young Thug uh, asked him would he be security for him on the road. So they're about to bring the jury in and start the trial back up for the day. But they had that brief hearing where, as though they wanted to establish, I guess, what he was going to talk about and see if it was able to be entered into evidence in his testimony. So, and the judge ruled and granted, saying that the state could bring it in. So, in a few minutes, they're going to bring the jury in so that they can start the proceeding. So, this case is about 47 days in, and it hasn't been really much uh, other witnesses that they have put on the stand. So they're going to be putting, they said, like 300 witnesses on the stand, and I think they've only called about five. So it's going to be a long proceeding for this situation, man. Day in and day out of doing this. This is with that hardcore violence and that street life gets you. They put you in these situations. You might feel that you got some power at the time, but when your time is up, you powerless. You don't have any control. Your life is in other people's hands. And for the young guys, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Especially when you're in a position that's strong. When you're in a strong position, you got to weigh your options. Because instantly, things can change for you. Things can be all good 1 minute and terrible the next. And Thug's been locked up for 2 years now. 2 years. And they saying the trial will probably last till next year. So he'll be locked up for 3 years going to court. Not knowing when these people want to give you life. You gotta value some things. Some things you have to value. And that's your freedom first and foremost, your life, and then if you have some type of thing they call success where you're financially stable, you got to value that because it can all be taken from you in a minute. And now you got to put all your trust in a lawyer to get you through the situation. Lawyer goes home every day. He defends you as a job. Damn. What Jay say? It was all good just a week ago. Last week I had everything. When is enough enough? When is enough enough? Knowing when to change the setting of your life. And most of the time, it takes different trauma, different life-changing situations to understand how to change. It's hard for us to understand to change certain situations, right? When you got the ability to do it. It's hard. It's hard. You get stuck in certain addictions, certain ways, and it's hard to change. But you gotta know when. You gotta know how to get ahead of the curve. That curve is around the corner and it's coming. You know you can't hit no curve doing 100. That's an accident waiting to happen. It's an accident waiting to happen. And you can't antagonize them people, man. Can't antagonize them. Especially if you still wrong in life. Because they sitting there waiting on that moment to destroy you. And you know, it's your life. It's your call. But this process that they designed, it's designed to break you all the way down. Some make it, some don't. Some live, some won't. But it's the process of life, man. Yeah, man. It's about to go down, though. And the guy is about to talk about it in a second. And this process that we see, it just happens over and over. Over and over. It's designed for you to self-destruct. It's designed for you to crumble. So you always got to try to think about what you can do to stay out of that position. What puts you in that position? Having a certain kind of power, which they say money is the power. You have a certain kind of power, right? It makes you think that you're above so many things. You're untouchable. Money. If you got plenty of money, the thing that they print with the dead president on it, you feel that you're untouchable. Can't nobody touch you. Because you reached that level of financial freedom, which most of the world would never reach. And then most people that reach it take it for granted. Can't never forget what the bottom feels like if you get from the bottom. Because if you do forget what the bottom feels like, you can have a soft reminder or you can have a hard reminder. And if you have a hard reminder, sometimes you can't get back from those situations. Yo, JB. Yes, sir. You can have a soft reminder or you can have a hard reminder. That soft reminder is where you're able to pick yourself back up and understand, hopefully, where you went wrong. That hard reminder, right, is where your life is on the line, where you might not get back. The chances are slim to none where you can't get back. And in his situation, right, being as though that he got caught with the stick and the gun in his house, he got a hard reminder because he has this situation going on, which they're trying to give him life for. And then he has the situation with the stick and the drugs that they found in the house. So it's like a lot of pressure is on his shoulders when he really didn't have the pressure that he put on himself. Understanding when you made it in life. How do we understand when we made it in life? It's like the people in those positions can never get enough. Making it in life is being happy, doing the things you want to do, having your family around, having peace. When is the time to value that? When should you value that? Yeah. Well, the jury's about to come in. And, they about to get this proceeding started. The man's life is in this room. His entire life is based on what the outcome of in this room. When he had a pool in his living room. Thug had a pool in his living room. Now he's living in a small cell.
All right. We're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. Again, good morning, Detective Quinn. You're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir, Judge.
Detective is back on the
You
stand.
may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Secretary.
Good morning, Ms. Hilton.
Before we start, I noticed on here there's an error. On 9/17,
Which one are you referring to on this? What exactly?
looking at the flip chart, Your Honor,
Okay. All right.
when looking at the flip chart, I have 9/17/13 jail call. Is that incorrect? Is that when you had your interview with Adrian B on 9/17/13?
That's correct, yes.
Excuse my hair. And to kind of go back over, since we've had a weekend, on 9/11/2013, that's when our incident occurred.
Correct.
Is that when you spoke to both Eduardo Nava Flores as well as Detective Roberson L?
Yes, that's correct.
And when we spoke with, I think it's Flores Nava, and last week we listened to the recording that you did with Mr. Flores Nava.
What's the basis? You have an objection, sir?
I do.
All right. What's the basis?
Edited, asked and answered meetings.
I'll stand as to leading. You can rephrase, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, the interview that we heard, was that the only interview that you did with Mr. Flores Nava?
Correct.
All right. And as relates to any other interview, I don't think I asked you this, did you receive any other recordings of any other interview with Mr. Flores Nava?
I did not.
And did you delete any interviews with Mr. Flores Nava?
Not at all.
As it relates to Detective Robinson L., did you speak with him on site?
I did.
Right. Do you recall if Detective Robinson L. provided you any information about how many individuals he saw when he first approached the car back at the apartment complex?
He made, what he actually spoke about was the person he saw with the gun.
Okay. Do you recall him talking about any other individuals he saw within the car?
Well, I know he mentioned the driver because he told me he stood in front of the car with his service weapon pointed at it.
So he at least saw two individuals.
Yes.
Mr. Flores Nava, how many individuals he said he saw get into the car?
He said 4.
And he said they were male or females.
He said they were males.
As far as Robinson L., how many individuals did he say got into the car? The driver and the person he started shooting, were those males or females?
He said they were males.
And that was the driver and the shooter.
That's correct.
As it relates to September 11, 2013, you also received information from Booker Higgins.
I did.
Was she able to provide information about how many people she saw within this incident dealing with the red vehicle?
She talked about the shooter. She described him, and she also described a female driver.
Did you also get information from an Officer Antonius Black and Officer Ashley Davis?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of their roles in this entire incident?
They secured people that were inside of that Burgundy Nissan Sentra that crashed into 126 Cleveland Avenue Laundry.
And where were they seated?
They were actually on the parking lot doing paperwork, out of service, not patrolling, just on the parking lot in their patrol vehicle.
And first, looking at Officer Antonius Black, do you recall how many individuals he observed coming out of that vehicle?
What's the basic objection, sir?
Competitive A and B, competition clause hearsay.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Officer Black testified, and he is the investigative officer that used this as a part of his investigation.
All word objection.
As it relates to Antonius Black.
Yeah, there was a statement I reviewed of Antonius Black.
And do you recall how many individuals that he observed coming out of that vehicle back on September 11, 2013?
He identified 4, 3 they took into custody. Well, 2, he and Ashley, I can't remember her last name, but his little partner, took into custody.
And do you recall if he said they were males, females, males or females?
Mr. Black said there were males.
And then what about Officer Ashley Davis?
Ron, can I just have a continuing objection saying,
You may, sir.
and
Officer Ashley Davis also said 4 males.
And that's what you remember them saying?
Yes.
At this point, all right. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, we're going to finish continuing the claim of State's Exhibit 176, Charlie Bravo, and beginning at 11/12/25.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, and I appreciate your honesty about coming to clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother. Like, he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So, I'm going to let your wife know.
I want to pause because it was working earlier.
It's let you know though that the guys that be acting so street, they're getting there to cooperate, man. They're getting there and tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So be mindful. That life is not going to last. And having people that you feel that are in your circle and y'all are doing wrong, it's gonna all come to an end, because everybody that's screaming that gang in that street, they not willing to go to jail, and that's the results of it. So if you think that you just gonna run in that negative energy and nothing's gonna happen to you, all these situations crumble. Every situation like this crumbles. There's no situation that is going to go for eternity where they're going to allow you to lead the street with violence. They're not going to do it. They might let you get away with some other things for a period of time. But once you start incorporating violence, they gonna take you down. There's no question about that. But anything you do in life that you feel that you like and you feel that you get a certain type of power behind it, you get addicted to it.
Somebody, I don't know much about this brother. Like, he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So, I'm gonna let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay with you.
And look, to be a millionaire, this is the situation when you want to
I appreciate your honesty about coming to Quinn.
be in that life. You sit here.
Y'all robbing somebody.
It's like you got to know when to change the structure of your life. You got to know. You have to know when to change the structure of your life. Thug sitting there like so limp. You lifeless. You have no control. When you had all the control,
I heard loud noise, but I
give it up.
going off with the impact of the crash to the wall. So I can't say. I know DJ to the job, but he more worried about. You feel what I'm saying? He more worried about his shit, his situation. Cause he had like he had a stack on him. So everything I love, he had a stack. He went in Red's car, cause Red ran like a motherfucker. The Red ran. Red had a truck on him. He left his car sitting open. Everybody out there said it. DK went into the car, up under the armrest, got the money where he had the money. Covered, got in the car, one gonna tell you shit. One gonna tell y'all shit. So, man, I'm just saying, man. So, I mean, what is this, a robbery case on me or something? I ain't wrong nobody. What I'm saying is, you based on what you're telling me, you're the driver in a case where DK, the guy you know that got in the car with you, with the tattoo on the shoulder back with K, was told by Thung, who I haven't identified yet. I don't know his real name yet. I'm gonna go see if I can find it. DK is the one that got the car, the one you waited on to get back in. But why did you wait on him after he was shooting? Why didn't you just leave that motherfucker? Because you could have left him. You know, this is a man, you know what I mean? Why didn't you just leave him up there? Because he was doing the shooting. He changed the script on a simple lick. I'm gonna piss off with you. This is a simple lick. Y'all gonna piss off. It should be easy. I'm gonna piss off with you. Y'all change cars because everybody knows you carry. Let me tell you something. Was Thug in your black Camry earlier when he went to check on his lick? Nah. You sure? When he went up to Ken shop. Was Thug using your car or another black Camry? Thug got a black Challenger. He got his own car? Got a black Challenger. Okay. Alright. Okay. Now, a police officer that did the shoot. When did you first see the uniformed police officer that fired the gun? Did you see it? I don't remember police. Did you ever hear the police give a command? Did you see a police officer? Because they say they saw the guy. I mean. Did you knowingly ram the cop's vehicle trying to leave? Did you know you hit it? No. You did not know you hit the cop vehicle? Bumped me. The cop bumped you? Yes, sir. So was it fair to say they tried to lock you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I'm just asking. Yeah, they probably did. And why didn't you stop? Did you know they were police? Come on, everybody out there saying the police were trying to get you on the stop. Did you know those were police you were fleeing from? At the point of time, sir, I didn't know because I did not see a uniform cop. Who did you see in the car that pulled in front of your car? Y'all are nosy. I see two females. Two females.
I seen 2 females. That's all I seen.
And you running from 2 females?
I'm getting out of that too. I'm getting out of that. I'm getting out of that.
You think that these females are trying to hit a lick on you?
No, I ain't say that. I'm saying,
Did you think that they were trying?
I'm thinking maybe when this car stop right here, I don't know if they going this building, one of these buildings, I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm going around.
But you know you got to keep your damn. You know they're trying to stop you from leaving. You know that. Yes or no?
I feel a bump.
Do you think they're trying to stop you from leaving that scene? Where the gunfire was?
I think that I'm going around a car that's still moving, and this car is just all of a sudden don't even see me, so they just hit me anyway.
You never saw a uniform cop.
I ain't see no police officer.
Did you hear any commands?
I ain't heard no freeze, get down, let me see. I ain't just none of that.
None of that, okay.
I ain't heard no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots? I don't want to interrupt you. You finished with that statement?
Yeah, I ain't had no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots did the police officer shot? Did anybody in the car mention that was the police? Anybody? You got 4 people in the car.
Fred, nobody. I ain't said nobody. They go 12 shots or nothing.
Okay. You know, this is an interesting situation, man. Y'all went through that yard, hit all them tricycles and shit. Could have been kids on them bikes, man.
I could lost my own life.
Oh my God, you could have.
At the time,
Y'all could have landed.
At the time,
Y'all cleared the police car back under their wall. Y'all just missed it. If we just sitting there, they had nothing to do with that shit on here. They were just sitting there. Thank Jesus, Allah, the Dalai Lama, everybody spiritual. Y'all didn't land on that car. Then, you know, it would have been a different situation. It wasn't meant for you to, you know, catch that kind of weight. But, you know, you seem like an older brother. Why you got involved with these young men? And you say it to your wife over and over again when I listen to it. Why you get involved with these young motherfuckers, man? I mean, they don't care about going down the road. They can't wait to get down. That's my feeling. They can't wait. That's the same way I got a ring like. They can't wait to get down there, man. You already know what this shit's about, what life's all about. You are in love. These young jokers only be in love with themselves and their homeboys. They'll never know how to love.
See, I don't bang.
I know you don't bang. You're a family man. You got your kids in football. Your acting's in the school. I did my research on you. You're a good dude, but, you know, and I appreciate your honesty about coming to Quinn on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother. Like, he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So, I'm going to let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay. If not,
Yeah, you can let them know.
because I'm not done yet. I said that I was talking to them fools. Again, I hate to call them fools, but young people scare the fuck out of me. I mean, they just, these young boys in the street these days, they don't care about a whole lot. And it hurts.
To me, you, man, I just want to give you my story. You know, I bullshit around with my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around with the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything that was right.
This sounds like you. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, and I gotta go out here and find a picture of this joke, because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let me.
Now, I can't testify. I can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't gotta testify.
I don't want you to put me on blast.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got to save the good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice. They can't bitch out when it what? Let me ask you this. Somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. How do you, when word got back, you know, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me, everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been robbed
It's been going on
this year.
and you seen Joe in the
I've
store.
been robbed 4 times this year.
And you probably been seeing the person that robbed.
You know what I mean?
Have you? Or you know where they are?
I won't tell you that.
Or you don't?
I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We all hustling in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, I know you were young.
They just took my drugs or something like that. So, you know what I mean? It's all drug money, it's weed. I mean, they selling weed, drugs, you know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got robbed drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took out for their money and getting something back.
Don't even report it.
You know what I'm saying?
Now they gotta go talk to their boss, man.
Like you said, this particular day right here, police was on the scene, DK get out.
Why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops? Or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what the
But you on the tape.
This man said he don't want to testify,
You keep saying, let me wait.
but
telling
having
your people
this
like,
type
oh,
of conversation
Hey, what you saw?
in the interrogation
Who
room.
did it first? You or the tourists?
The Taurus was in the gate first.
I was behind somebody to get in because they didn't have no gate keys.
I was behind the Taurus. When the Taurus go in,
So you never looked at them again once you saw them bodies in the
I didn't go past Taurus, sir.
So they went on ahead of you. They were
The
gone.
Taurus go straight back in the back of the
Now,
park.
how long was it for the tourists show back up in that scene with a gunfire?
Like I say, man, you can't start shooting, so you got to call.
Let me tell you this. If he didn't start shooting and just robbed him straight up, the police would have never known what was up. They'd never seen that shit. It was the gunfire. That's what made them come back. They would have went on there, gone in and knocked on the door about small spray and bullshit. They were in there investigating a whole nother robbery. It happened early that morning and them do job.
Yeah, man.
And so, if he had to fire that gun, and the lights on there, let's have them around, you can walk all day long. They would have got the money, because he had a stack. A little more, a little less, but it was a stack. And it was in his pockets. And when you get the police report, you're going to see where the first officer that got DK while he's bleeding, because the money's bloody as fuck. I got a picture of it. I'm going to pick him up now. Bloody fucking money to the end of the legs, which I think happened in the car. Bloody fucking money. It's a stack. That's exactly what Red had. He had already paid out what the fuck he was dealing with before. That money was gone. Now all he had was, I guess, his rent. He's about to go back in the house. So he lived there. They down there saying he was robbing them. Was Red robbing y'all? Did he rob your car? Yes or no? No? Yes?
No, Red Rob.
Okay, so let me tell you something. It doesn't make sense to me.
I used to go with Red Mom, man. Me and Red, we go way back, man.
But check it out.
I can see Red right now, man. Red don't straight up, man, that if I knew that was Red, man, if that was Dirty Red, it robbing would never happen anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing of it is like this.
If I was seeing Red, man,
So you know which Red is running.
if I seen Dirty Red running, I told Dirty Red then, hey, Dirty Red, oh, DK, you tripping, man. These my people. These are my people.
Okay. So you thought it was some other Red that had
You know what I'm saying? I didn't know this dude.
Yes or no? You thought it was another Red in that check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't know this dude was my folks.
And when I say that check, I mean the money.
Yeah.
Whatever, how much it was.
No, it's totally lick anyway. It ain't my lick.
Okay. It's their intelligence. They create the intelligence.
Yeah.
They get the leg work on the leg.
And they move, so it ain't, I'm gonna get 15,000, 1,000, or anything. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know what he got, but I know, now knowing the person that I know who it was, I know these are my people, and I would never rob my people.
Well, did you know he lives there? Did you know Dirty Red lives there?
He don't live there.
Okay. Because
He don't live in some of them.
let me tell you something.
Little bees with the glasses live in some of them.
Well, he got something up there. He got a little bit.
They probably keep the little weed up there in some of the apartments.
It could be the trash. I
everything. Well, his name was Jeff, right? Yeah. Let me look up something. I'll be right back.
What you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. He thought they was never going to play this tape. And they're trying to establish that Thug has been a thug for the last 10 years. Because they're going back to 2013. So they want to establish that this man has been terrorizing for 10 years to establish their RICO case. And the guy was with him in a situation, and he places Thug in the car. Now he want to talk to himself. Whenever you are in these interrogation rooms, everything is recorded. They are monitoring everything you say. If you talking to the cop or if you talking to yourself, it is recorded.
Like what I do? I don't rob. I'm sorry, y'all. Put it on me, but I don't rob.
Yeah. And it's like, you gotta understand that everybody's not built for that street stuff.
It's true.
Especially when it gets real sticky. Somebody got shot, robbed, the cops had to shoot back. And they want him to establish that he knew that these were police officers. Now he knows everything else about who was in the car, what happened, but what he didn't admit, that's how you know he's not crazy. He's just telling. He's not saying that he knew that these were police officers that were coming at him when the gunfire started going. He's not saying that. But he's giving them all the other information that they need to know. You got a better chance if you don't say anything. It's like, if you think you implicate yourself in these situations, they just gonna let you go home. Nah. And, you know, he thought this interview would never get out. His life would never be the same. They don't care about putting your business out there that you told. They got a job to do. They trying to get their numbers right. Your safety is not that important. The importance is getting this case solved. They looking at it like you put yourself in that situation. We're not
Your
concerned
Honor, state is going to pause at 11:25:44 and
about
fast
your
forward
safety.
it to 11.
All right, madam.
And I'm going to fast forward to 11:45:32.
Okay.
And he really got on the stand for a week and said, I don't recall anything. And they got his face and him saying all this stuff on video. Everything. From 10 years ago. That's how you got to watch who you hang with, man. People could be into situations years down the line, way back, and act like they never did anything and be hanging with you the whole time. They're doing dirt. They're cooperating. It's best not to do no dirt, man. And this was 10 years ago. Dude probably said, man, nobody ever know about this. The detective said, nah, I ain't like that. I wouldn't put you in that situation. You ain't gonna have to testify. The detective has no control over if he has to testify. This is the state's prosecution decision if you testify. Once you make these kind of statements, never justify anything. Because when you justify things,
45:09 is when it
they will
started.
use everything that you justify against you. It will never, ever help you. And Thug gotta face it. He was doing dirt, hanging around the rats. Gotta face it.
Okay, we're going right outside the door. You said Young Thug had crazy hair like a girl. This kid is named Jeffrey Williams. That's the Young Thug you talking about?
Now that's Thug. They showing a picture
Let's
of
go
him.
outside. They make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on? I just have. Actually, you know, man, fuck that. I mean, I ain't going with that. I gotta leave put the ankle chains on you. They get put the handcuffs to the gym, man. That's gonna kill them. But they real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't gotta walk close, bro. You just strutting. I'm right down to the left. Fuck me, busting me up. Alright, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up. Now, how long have you known Thug? You say you and Daddy. I've been on the daddy since the football field for like a couple of years. He used to play football, skinny head. I know daddy's coaching my son 2 years ago. Alright, I gotta put these on. Put it on, bro. Not a Roselle fan. Say it one more time. Not a Roselle fan, Recreation Center on Cleveland Avenue. Oh, that's new when they doing it at the end of the road. Never been in that. I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. It's still new to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hot. Alright, right here.
Thug embraced all the rats. That's bottom line. You were out here laying this street law down and you embraced all the rats. Because this man been ratting for 10 years. Wow. Wow.
sure based on what you said, the DA is going to come to you and say stuff to you. But this is serious crime. Let me tell you why. You got a situation where police officers interrupt an armed robbery in progress. Let's just pretend that Red, or the guy in the silver car you're following, let's just say he is a bank. You go rob a bank, you wait outside. I'm a captain to a robber. Listen. If you go in the bank and there's gunfire, and your partner stays outside, then you all leave together after that particular robbery, whether you get money or not. The one driving, the one sitting in the car, the one that was back across town organizing that shit, all guilty of the same thing. So the police officers, based on what they told me, were in fear. And they thought, they didn't know who the victim was. They knew someone was being shot at. That would be Red. Now, I don't know what his cooperation level is. I haven't talked to him. I don't know what's up. But I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened.
I don't want to talk about something that happened to Red.
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation, what I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys, make sure you guys would help me first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You all three of them. Thug has to
gave you the real story.
Well, they're not going to, if they don't tell you about Thug,
They ain't really come tell you nothing extra.
they have to know.
They're not going to come.
But they have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is. Well, look, if you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. And if you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree,
She know.
You can't call her, can't talk to her. I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but thing of it is, this is an investigation. I gotta understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were gonna run them over. They were scared of the car.
I ain't even know what else police officer. I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, seeing the police, I would have stopped. I would have stopped. If I had seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would have actually stopped.
So who do you think was blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in?
I'm thinking it's supposed to DK. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I ain't thought it was the people. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking it was rough. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe. You know what I'm saying? We getting on and off here. I ain't know nothing about it.
Oh, okay. So you think that the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't seen it. If I see a blue suit, shit, I'm stopping.
Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses for the part, just like I said, the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform. They got out the car.
I don't know what they seen. You know, I can't.
You didn't see it.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing.
Who and what's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again, with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Check exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out of the car and started hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too.
12 ain't backed up in no car.
Listen to me. You already told me the car backed up, the Taurus. See, back in King was in front. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking. You saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, well, listen to me. You even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So everybody there, hold on. Listen to me. If you don't clear this up, I'm going to present what I got in those jail conversations. And you're saying you knew it was the police because you're calling them 12. Everybody in the street
okay, you already told me. What I'm saying is that's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up. So right now I'm charged with. Well, what it looks like to me, I'm still not charged with anything. I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. You know, ain't no rush. Like I said, I don't do no robbing, man. I want to get everybody in the queue. You know, but like you said, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I got to try and be obsessed with whatever the fuck these niggas did. So it is what it is, man. I just like to know and not to know, you know what I mean? Why do y'all talk like that on the jail phone? Y'all know we listen. So why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, understand. I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, really nothing to just tell my wife what's going on. You know, I'm gonna make you stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off this shut ankle chain because you say they hurt you. I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make stories up. You know what I mean? Well, maybe we need to get her involved with anything. There's gonna be a little add-ons and you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a lot of little shit going on when it comes time to tell them stuff. You know what I mean? I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that. You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife. That okay, everything you said. That's what I said. No. It's the brother. What I'm saying is, it's the brother you're talking to on the phone. She called for you. She called somebody. You're telling him the story. That's my brother-in-law, Frederick Lee. You talking to Fred Lee? Okay, that's like my brother-in-law, Fred Lee, which is her sister's old man, old Shawnee. Old Shawnee Lee husband. Okay. We got all your stuff? Yeah, bro. I'm going to back to put that shift change, because you know it gets crazy over there. Yeah, it's definitely good. All right, Rich, all right.
Thug embraced all the rats,
Pause at 11:57,
and they all turned on him. Dang.
And you're right now, I'm going to publish a portion of 176 Charlie Alpha. And let me ask you this, Detective Quinn, when the interview stops inside of the interview room, are you still recording on your pocket recorder?
Absolutely.
God bless you.
I didn't know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listening.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's really just tell my wife, I'm telling my wife what's going on. You know?
Okay.
You know, I'm going to make
Stand up. I'm going to put these behind you. I'm going to leave off the shut ankle chains because you say they hurting you.
I'm going to tell her some shit and some shit I'm going to make believe, make stories up, you know what I mean?
But maybe we need to get her involved in anything else.
There's going to be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be a lot of little shit going on.
Hold on. Make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife that, okay, everything you said.
And I'm going to pause it right there at 2:07:59 of 176 Charlie Alpha. Is this a portion of your audio recording?
It is.
All right. And we're going to fast forward.
And this guy got up there and said, I don't know, I don't recall.
They young.
And they played everything, man. Everything.
We'll sit in the car. Yeah. Who's your cousin? Lady. Oh, Keith. Okay. Yeah.
Your Honor, for that record, we started that section at 2:11:00 and paused it at 2:11:27:29.
Okay.
And Detective Quinn, is this you getting back into the vehicle?
It is.
And where are you going once you get back into the vehicle?
We're heading back to 901 Wright Street to Fulton County Jail.
Go forward all the way to... And I want to play beginning at 2 hours and 2:30:42.
All right.
I'm doing well. How are you? All right. This concludes this interview. Transport of Adrian Bean, time 12:20 p.m. 9/17/2013.
And it plays to the end of that recording. Detective Quinn, and Your Honor, for the next couple questions, do you mind if the state sits down?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Close out. You talked last week about your pocket recorder. Is that the same pocket recorder that you used when you talked to Mr. Eduardo Flores Nava?
Absolutely.
And is this a digital or an analog recorder?
It's digital.
And we all should know how recorders work, but how does your specific recorder work?
About the size of a pack of gum. For ages, I've kept it right in my lapel pocket. And because of Georgia law, it's surreptitious. It's a secret that it's there. I never show anyone my pocket recorder. Georgia law says we're a one-party state, and I observe that.
And what does that mean? What's your understanding?
The only party that needs to know that
calls for the witness to speak about the law.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you keep it in your record. At what point, specifically with your interview with Flores Nava, do you recall turning on your recorder?
before I spoke to him, my recorder was on. I never let anyone know that I've activated. I have to actually push the button for record. I'm real good at slipping it back in, then I begin my interviews. But I never do anything where I'm holding out like a microphone. I don't want anyone to know. I want free and unfettered testimony from whoever I'm talking to.
And we talked about deleting of recordings. Is it practical to delete recordings at the scene of a crime? Why or why not?
I don't even understand why anyone would delete a recording at a crime scene. I mean, or anywhere else. With the advent of digital technology, you had these recordings for your notes later. You want to have all your information.
And again, did you, as it relates to Mr. Bean, Mr. Flores Nava, or any of the interviews that you conducted as it relates to this case, have you ever deleted any of those recordings?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
All right. Now, I want to go back to the video interview and go over particular portions of this interview.
Okay.
I'm going to first go to approximately 10 at 10:28:47. And we're going to start there. And we're going to start a little bit earlier at 10:27:49.
Okay, cool. I'm being straight with you. I ain't cut no corners. The day we pulled up at my spot. I pulled up at my spot.
What's your spot?
Fuck y'all. That's all. On Maiden Drive. I pulled up down on Maiden Drive.
What's that address?
Which you probably seen a black camera on. I can't really remember the address. Both the spots, because I got like two spots. But the first one of the spots that's across the street would be 2246, and I think the one over there is 2323. Maybe.
Okay. That's okay.
You know,
where I met your wife was 2333, man.
2233.
2233.
Okay. That's where I pulled in. About 15, 20, 30 minutes later, Brian pulled up. He called me, said he need to come holler at me about some things. I was like, okay, cool, bro. He pulled up, and got Young Thug.
Cool. Let me make sure I got these names right. Brian pulled up, and then what happened after Brian pulled up? You in the camera?
Yes, sir. I mean, I thought to jump out and just shoot the shit for a minute. And Brian called me, said he was coming to see me. So I said, come on, Brian, come chop it up with me or whatever. So Brian come, and got Young Thug roll up, said, hey man, I just seen a dude with about 23,000 on him. You know what I'm saying?
Who's that?
Who? That's what Young Thug said.
Young Thug said,
out the blue.
is he that kid that's with the dreadlocks? You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Real skinny though, wearing pants like white boys. Skinny. Yeah, okay.
He's seen the guy.
Okay, I'm going to pause at 10:29:31. At this point in the interview, is Adrian being the first person to bring up the name Young Thug?
Yes.
All right. And prior to this portion in the interview, was the only time you heard about Thug's involvement on the jail calls that you were listening to prior to this interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to the jail calls or this portion of the interview, had you heard of that name, Young Thug, as it relates to this particular incident?
No.
And it was Bean who introduced that name?
Absolutely.
Now I'm going to forward to 10:32 to 10:33.
Volunteering information.
And it was a lot of the detectives when they first came in time, and I told them, that's part of the lies you talking about. I told them that Big Fred was riding and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is a rapper. Wait a minute, so Young Thug, what is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
No, he's in front with me.
Okay, so let me make sure I got the C-track. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared out. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. So I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep lying with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
Like I told the police officers, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this even supposed to occur. My manager come home,
So what about the guy with the money?
So I'm going to pause at 10:33:46. Now, when Mr. Bean advised you that he told the other officers or he told the detectives, were you aware of who he may have been speaking or referencing when he made that portion of his statement?
No.
Okay. And do you know where these conversations may have taken place? Whatever conversation he's referencing right now, do you know where it could potentially have been taking place?
Where he was getting taken into custody, where he was getting arrested. somewhere on Cleveland between that and Old Hateville Road.
I will object to the
Basis.
speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know?
No.
All right. Were you aware of him being detained by police on scene?
Yes.
And were you aware of any detectives who detained him while on scene?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that detained him while on scene?
Detectives Porter and Booker Higgins.
And do you know at this point how long he was on scene before being transported either to Grady or to the Fulton County Jail?
I mean, I can estimate between 40 minutes and an hour. I mean, I don't really know because that's not what I was tracking at the time.
Okay. But you do know that Booker Higgins and Porter.
I sustain the objection.
Also within this portion of the video, he also begins the place where people were sitting in the car. Prior to this portion of the interview, were you aware of people's placement in the vehicle?
No.
And was it Mr. Bean who introduced the people's placement inside of that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
Now I'm going to and let me ask you this. We talked about no one going down to Grady Hospital. Between September 11, 2013 and September 17, 2013, did you direct anyone to go to the jail to speak to Mr. Adrian Bean?
Not at all.
Now I'm going to go to 1034-21. We're going to start at 1032-38.
All right.
It was a lot of the detectives when they first came in touch with me, and I told them that's part of the lies you talking about. I told them that Big Fred was riding and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred. Young Thug is a rapper. Wait a minute, so Young Thug, what's he to Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat. No, he's in front of me. Okay, so let me make sure I got the C track. You said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning. Yeah. So I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep lying with you. I'm gonna keep always lying, man. You know what I'm saying? Big Fred. You know, like I told the police officer, you know, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this is even supposed to occur. You know, so my man just come home free. So what about the guy with the money? Sir? What about this guy with the money? What's Thug came to you with a lick? It sound like. No, they want to check on the lick. The lick was dead. The lick was dead. The lick was dead. I guess when DK got in the car, did you see any money on him? No, sir. I had $345 a month. Yeah, I know. It's in property. I saw it down there. I had my own money sheet. Yes, I had my own $345 in check and worth of cash in my pocket. It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right? No, sir. All right. Did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car? You got Big Fred with a gun. You got DK with a gun. You got Thug with a gun. Big Fred. What kind of gun did Big Fred have? Don't go get him. You think you can recognize him? He had a 9mm Ruger. Fred had a 9mm Ruger. Go slow for me. There's no slow. Okay. DK had a little bitty, small, little gray looking gun. You know what kind? I just know. Small and gray? Yes, sir. Was it automatic or was it, I was in a lot, man. All right. But you don't know what his was, 9 or 40, 45? What kind of
freaky ass?
I can't tell you this good.
Okay.
I mean, I don't hang with
Alright, small grade automatic.
Let me put this on the clip of rapper too.
Mm-hmm.
These are younger guys than me and Big Fred. Like I said once before, Big Fred just come home from jail. I'm trying to show my big homie a good time. I took him to buy brand new clothes and stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that was that.
Big Fred.
Younger guys, I don't know what they be having, what their attention is, or what they be on, or whatever, but they is way beyond what we're on. You know what I'm saying? They go by a whole nother means of getting their money.
That's for sure.
To get my money. These younger guys, they like to rob, take, and do all this other stuff.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I just want to put that clip, you know what I mean? I don't rob, I never rob, I ain't got no rapping for no robbery and stuff for juvenile or something like that, but since that, I've been straightforward, you know what I mean? Trying to raise my family and whatever.
What kind of gun a young thug had? You can remember?
I didn't see thugs.
Okay, but how do you know he had one when he got shot?
He had it. You keep a gun on.
How much was the lien going to be? How much was they paying for the lien?
It's your pop. Supposed to be $150 for the lien, 50-50.
Okay, we're gonna pause at 10:36:09. You have permission to go to the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Now he said Thug ain't have a gun. He had the gun, but he didn't see the gun. He just know he keep a gun.
Now, in that section, he talked about a number of different things. So first, what do you recall him telling you the placement of everyone inside the vehicle was?
He said Adrian Bean was the driver himself. Big Fred Prothro was in the front passenger seat. Walter D.K. Murphy was in the rear driver's seat. He said that Jeffrey Williams, he called him Thug, was in the rear passenger seat behind Big Fred.
Okay. All right. Now, let me ask you this. He said a few things. You talked about hustling. That he was a hustler and they were robbers. Do you recall that portion?
I recall that.
In your 30 years of being a law enforcement officer, a patrol officer, what is your understanding of what a hustler is? Wait back. Is there a distinction between a hustler and a robber?
It depends who you're talking to, but hustlers generally, in my experience, people that get money from ill-gotten gains, drugs, they're not necessarily robbers, but it can rise to that given the right opportunity.
And when he said, I hustle, I don't do robbing, in your years, what was your understanding of what Bean was trying to communicate?
Objection, or cultural speculation.
It's his understanding.
I'll rule the objection. Do you have an objection, Mr. Steele?
I had the same objection as y'all.
Okay. I'll rule the objection, sir. He can answer it if he can.
In my experience, Bean was describing himself as a nonviolent felon. He gets his money in the streets without causing any kind of force or harm to people.
And that's what he's telling you.
That's what he's saying to me.
Okay. Now, he also talked about individuals who had weapons in the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to Big Fred, do you recall what type of weapon he said that? He says that Big Fred had a weapon?
He did.
What kind of weapon does he say Big Fred had?
He said Big Fred had a 9mm.
Do you remember what kind of 9mm?
It was an automatic handgun, and he just said a 9 or 9mm.
Let me go back for a moment.
Now, mind you, Big Fred just got out of jail, and you taking Big Fred to do a lick. Damn, friends like that, boy, you don't need no enemies. Need none. Damn. And I guess because he said he didn't recall anything, he thought that they were not going to play all this. They are going
We're going to go
into
back to
detail.
10:33:59, if you could just listen.
Deep
No,
detail.
sir. I had $345 a month.
Yeah, I know it's in property. I saw it down there.
I had my own money.
Sheet.
Yes, I had my own $345 in check and worth of cash in my pocket.
It had nothing to do with what was going on up in Summerdale, right?
No, sir.
Alright, did you know that DK got some money? Okay, let me ask you something. Who had pistols in that car? Make sure I got in the car correctly. Who had pistols in the car?
You got Big Fred with a gun. You got DK with a gun. You got Thug with a gun.
Big Fred. What kind of gun did Big Fred have? Don't go get him. You think you can recognize him?
He has a 9mm.
Fred had a 9mm Ruger.
Do you hear what specific type of gun Agent Bean said Big Fred had?
Just heard he said a 9mm Ruger being the maker.
What about DK? Did you recall if he gave a description of the type of gun that DK had?
He said DK had a little small gun. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but a smaller handgun, automatic.
Did he give you a color description?
Silver.
And then was he able to tell you what kind of gun Thug had?
He couldn't describe it, but he talked about knowing he always had one.
And that doesn't mean he had a gun. That was an assumption. Heavy.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. It states Exhibit 102C. Looking at State's Exhibit 102C, what portion of the vehicle is State's Exhibit 102C?
For the blind guy, looked like the front passenger seat.
And is there a gun marked by a placard marker 3?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted in State's Exhibit 114C. Looking at State's Exhibit 114C, can you see on the front of that box the number placard that's on that box?
The APD number, the 2013 number.
No, the number that is the item number.
114C.
This item number right here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Number 3.
Is that consistent with that 3 that's inside of 60102C?
Yeah, I can do number, please. I'm sorry, say it again. Ms. Hill.
Is that 3 consistent with what's in State's Exhibit 102C that's on the screen?
Yes, it is.
All right. And if you could look, does it have a description on 102C on that evidence sticker? What type of gun is in that box?
Yeah, this is actually the sticker I printed out back in 2013 myself. It's one black Ruger 9mm pistol.
Okay. And if you can open the box. And is that Ruger 9mm?
That's it.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 104C. And if you do a favor, can you just take your left hand and open up and show that gun that's inside the box?
Okay. Let me put on 2 so we get it right.
All right, thank you. Now let's go to 104C. Are those two, what are we looking at 104C?
This is the rear driver's side, rear driver's side passenger foot area where these two firearms were located.
And showing you what's been already admitted is 115C and 116C. Are those the two weapons that were collected from the back?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can open up both 115 and 116C.
15 right here.
So they found two guns in the back of the car.
Again, does it appear to the barrel of that gun to be a silver barrel to that gun?
Yes.
And what about looking at 116? Now, in looking at State's Exhibit 4, 102C and 104C, were those guns consistent with where Adrian Bean said the individuals who had guns were seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Prior to speaking to or meeting with Adrian Bean, had you showed him any of these pictures?
No.
Okay. Had you talked to him about the pictures that were taken on the scene on September 11, 2013?
Not about photos.
Had you had any conversations that they found a Ruger in the front driver's seat of the vehicle, front passenger seat of the vehicle?
I didn't.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Adrian Bean that they found two guns in the back seat, both having silver portions of that gun?
No, I didn't collect the guns at the scene.
Okay. Why didn't you show Mr. Bean these pictures?
I just wanted his testimony without any prompting.
You can take that in. Now going back.
Can I take these?
Yes, you can take those off.
Yeah, Thug's sick right now.
That one goes to approximately 10 minutes and 37
Thug is
seconds.
sick
10
right
minutes,
now.
10, 37, 10. We're going to actually start at 10:37:08.
Got this guy saying that they had the guns and they found them.
Sorry, 10:37:08 is when we started playing. You're welcome.
Come home free. So you know what I'm saying? So DK, who was he friends with in the car? Thug. He was Thug. They got with each other. They gangbanging. They called themselves some kind of blood. How long you known Thug? I know his father. I've been on his father over a couple of years now. You know what I mean? And Thug just started coming around. But how long have you known he exists as a human being? How long you known the wrestler? I can't. How long? I can't remember. In years. Get a guess. Because I don't know his real name. What's his real name? Lil Jeff. That's all I know. They call him Lil Jeff. We don't know his last name. What is daddy's last name? I don't know his daddy's last name. I know his dad's name Jeff Rowe. Lil Jeff. Jeff. Okay. I figured that out for you. Man, it's not hard. So the guy in the car with you is this kid, he carried. If you saw a picture of him, what you recognize him?
We're going to stop at 10:38:04. During this portion of the interview, do you recall asking Mr. Bean how long he had known Young Thug?
Yes.
And do you recall him or hear him say, I know him, he's a rapper since I came from nothing? Did you hear when he said that?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. Were you aware, familiar with the mixtape by an individual Young Thug titled "I Came From Nothing"?
Who, me personally?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Mr. Hilton, before you posit your next question, ladies and gentlemen, comfort break?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Let's take 10 minutes and then we'll come back and see where we are in terms of lunchtime hour, okay? All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury's left us. We're in recess for 10 minutes.
Oh man, yeah, that's messy. You know, we know that they didn't find Thug's prints on the gun, so that's good for him. But being as though that the driver identified everybody else in the car having the gun, and they found 3 guns in the car, the state's gonna run with that. And a lot of times the jury's gonna look at that as if the guy was telling the truth, even if he's been proven to be a liar. But he explained everybody had a gun, and they found 3 guns in the car. Thug embraced the rats, man. And that got him in this situation, whereas everybody's turning against him. He has a few people that's going to trial, and some people that are going to trial have ratted before. So, as you see, the street life is not what it looks like to be. When they say these certain kind of codes that you got to live up to, people are not living up to them codes. When it come to this right here, this situation, it was 28 people that got charged in this indictment. And I think it's only 6 to 8 people going to trial. 20 to 22 people took a plea. And each plea says that if they're called to testify, that they gotta testify. They cooperated. Everybody that took a plea cooperated. They're not giving out any plea deals in these type of situations unless they get cooperation guaranteed from you. What do they benefit by giving you a plea deal in a case that they have a big RICO and they don't get you to cooperate? So when they say that Gunner didn't cooperate, you know it's a lie. They didn't benefit by just getting him to take the plea when they knew he was scared in the situation. Millionaire, take him off the street, no bail. He wants to go back to his freedom. So they knew that he was going to cooperate. And their case against Gunner probably was the weakest. But when you take somebody out of a life that they were living lavishly and they had everything, and you totally remove them when they know that they might have played a little part, but what these people were talking about with killings and robberies and shooting, they didn't have involvement in it, they're going to cooperate. They're going to tell. And this is what happens. And if you look at Thug's posture in this courtroom, you'll see that all the life has been taken out of him. Getting up multiple times a week, because they do take some breaks. Going to court early in the morning, have to sit down in that cell, waiting to go to the courtroom. Then you have to sit in the courtroom, then go back to your cell and just think about this. while this is going on, Thug is like sick. I'm sure, he has to deal with it because this is his life situation. But who really wants to go through this? Who really wants to sit in a courtroom with people judging your life, making a decision if you're able to be free again for a temporary high of the streets? Who wants to do that? You temporarily get a feeling for a long-term stress, because every day is going to be stressed. 2 years he's been in there. That's 2 years of being stressed, not knowing the outcome of your situation. And now that you go through this situation, you don't know the outcome. You're hearing all this evidence. Thug done turned to some guy. Trust me. Somewhere along the line, he's looking to God to help him, to get him through this, no matter what dirt he's done. And that's what I say about people that, start trying to look towards something, but still do dirt. You gotta know when to change your life around, man. Everybody don't get them easy wake-up calls. They seen Thug as like a big fish. This is a big fish on the line. Big one. And the people that's prosecuting him, right? They never lived like that. They know he lived luxury. They know he had the best. They're not going to allow you to lead with violence. It's impossible. If you think you're going to run the street and lead with violence, they're not going to allow you to do it. They will take you down. They'll let a lot of things go for a while. But once you start to incorporate violence, you got to know that your days are numbered. You have to know that your days are numbered. And all the people that you think are riding with you, all the people that you think are your bros, your folks, majority of them are going to turn on you. Because in these situations, you might have played a bigger part and they feel like they played a lesser part. They don't want to take the responsibility for what they're saying you did on a bigger level. Things that are going to end their life. The streets is a myth. It's all a myth. The codes, the game is designed for you to fail. It's a design. If you got a chance to get out of the streets, get out of the streets. Because if you stay into the streets, it has to be a time for you to fail. And one thing about these situations here, they have an unlimited time to make mistakes. You only have one. They can mess up several times. You can slip through several times. But it's that one time that can really cost you. And in those streets, you never look at that one time until you're in that situation. And when you're in that situation, that one time is so damaging. You feel like, why me? All I've done. All the people I've taken care of. And all that doesn't mean anything. You can do so good in many instances. Help plenty people out. Donate. But in life, what's looked at the most is what you do wrong. It's not what you do good. People don't care as much about what you do good as they do for what you do wrong. If you pay attention to it, everything that's enhanced in life that is glorified are the things that are wrong, the things that bring a negative light. All the things that are in a positive light get brushed under the rug. Their light is short. You might get a bright moment and then it dims out because that doesn't hold any weight. You're expected to do right. They expect you. You're supposed to do right. So when you do wrong, it grasps another level of attention. And this attention here is the attention you really don't want. You don't want the attention of your life on the line. You want to enjoy life. You want to go through life having that excitement that you accomplish things. You don't want this excitement, man. And for the young brothers in the street, this is where it ends at. And I hope that he makes it through the situation. But if he doesn't, his music will live on, but he'll just be a memory that's locked up. People are going to continue to live their life. When you go to jail, the people that are in the world that might love you, they still have to continue their life because one day we all going to die. So nobody's life is going to stop because you're in jail. These valuable moments on earth have to be valued, not when they're taken away from you. And we, a lot of us, tend to value those moments more when you're in a situation and you're not on the street. When you take these situations on the street for granted. You look at it like, I'm here, I'm doing good, I'm doing this, I'm unstoppable. But when the train breaks down, it's a different story when you can't get nobody to fix it. So I just hope the brother does make it through. I hope he finds a way where you know, maybe he can get a 10-year sentence, 15 years, something. But they trying to get a man life. So that's a messy situation when they talking life. The rest of your life breathing to sit in jail. No number, straight letter. That's a daily pain that you got to think about why you was put in this situation. And most of the time, in those situations, you put yourself there. Now, it's times that people are put in those situations that may have been falsely accused of their situation. And that happens around the world because this system isn't fair. And we all know that the system is not fair. It's a game that is played at their level, and we are the people that the game is played upon. So yeah, it's not fair, but you can put yourself in these situations by the environment that you grew up in, the people you hang around, knowing that you should remove yourself from certain things in life when you reach certain levels. That's important. When you reach certain levels, you should be removing yourself from certain things. It doesn't pay to still involve yourself in things that you outgrow. Knowing when you outgrown something is maturing. And some people might look at it like you changed, you're not the same. But you got to know when you outgrew something, when you matured, when enough is enough. Because I'm definitely sure right now he wished that he changed a lot of things that he was doing and the people that he was around. There's no way that he still feels like I should have been doing whatever I was doing. They're not going to allow you to lead with violence. They're not going to do it. When are we going to learn, man? When are we going to learn that they're not going to allow you to lead with violence? They're going to shut you down. So you got to be mindful, man. You got to be mindful the direction you go, the company you keep, the energy that you have around you. Because sometimes that energy will keep you stuck in place. That energy, that aggression, that past pain to keep you stuck in place when you should have the ability to grow from it and move on. Because there's a lot of people that grew up in those rough areas and they had to get it how they live because that was your environment. And if you didn't adapt to the environment, you were going to be swallowed up. But when you got an opportunity to be totally removed from the environment, it makes no sense to continue to go back. It doesn't make you real. And that's what the perception of us people have, that it makes you real to go back to the environments and be involved and show that you about that life. That does not make you real. Honestly, it makes you kind of lame. That you go back to the situation that you were fortunate enough to get through. It makes you kind of lame. Going into different situations that you can avoid, that don't make you gangster. You know if you have the ability to protect yourself, and that's what at certain ages in your life you should get to. Knowing that you just want to protect yourself. But some people get caught inside of that terror mentality. Wanting to put pressure on something. You don't own anything in life. Anything you think that you accomplish, you don't own it. You just renting it, borrowing it. You don't own it. You can't act like you own anything. You don't own nothing involving the streets. You don't own nothing that goes on in the streets. You don't own it. The block, you don't own it. You own nothing. And if you have the idea that you have ownership, you're just renting. That's it. You're just renting it. It's designed that way so that it can be recycled. Finding your happiness is most important. But I do want to say, right, a lot of times the drugs play a major part. Drugs play a major part. That feeling that we look for in being high plays a major part because you tend to abuse these situations. And you might think that you're thinking right. That might come across your mind like, I know what I'm doing. I got this. I do this every day. I can think like this. But in actuality, your thinking is not as sharp as you think it is. So the decisions you make are not as sharp as they could be. Put a certain level of value on yourself, knowing that you want better, especially if you have the opportunity and are able to do better. Because there's a lot of people that don't have the resources, the ability, because all they know is the bottom of the barrel. Now, Thug had the ability to surround himself around top tier people. Top tier people now. But you bought the mentality and the people from the streets with you. Now they say that if you leave the streets and you don't bring your people with you, you ain't shit. But if you bring your people with you and y'all on a destruction mission to self-destruct, you gonna kill yourself. That's what's gonna happen. You are gonna eliminate yourself out of the game of life. Now they about to start back in the proceeding, and they got this detective on the stand, and he is testifying about his interrogation with Adrian Bean, and they showed the guns that they found in the car, and he's testifying to all these things. And he's been a cop for 30 years. He's been a cop for 30 years. So his credibility is up there. And he has, been on First 48. So his credibility is up there. When the prosecution in situations like this, if they got the opportunity to bring somebody like this detective to the witness stand, they're going to do that. Because I'm sure that some people that's on the jury watched the First 48. And then, everybody got a phone. Go back and look up and see who he is. And the information is public. And he let Thug know in 2013 that they were under investigation.
Hey, Wes.
And they're just at 2013 with this information that they're putting out there. And they're going to go through the years. And it's going to take so long to go through all these years of information that from different cases that they're going to be talking about. They're at 2013 now. Thug got locked up in 2022. So they're going to go through 9 years of information because they've been watching Thug. They've been arrested many people that have been associated with Thug.
All right.
They're going to go through 9 years.
Counsel, I understand that lunch is available for
of information.
Some of our participants. So I'm going to go ahead and call our jurors and let's just release them for lunch. And then we can come back at about 1:15. All right? Okay.
So we're going to take lunch and then come back and let the detective finish his testimony. The young people need to see, man. This is the outcome of the situation.
All right.
Of that mentality. Fighting for your life, man. The more money you get, the more power you feel like you get. So the more intense things are going to get. And it's like people that might have these mentalities that have less money have less the ability to take it this far. The more money you got
thank you,
gives you the ability to go further.
Ladies and gentlemen, given that it's the lunchtime hour, we're going to go ahead and just recess for lunch and have you all come back for 1:15, okay? All right? Remember the admonitions that I've given you. Detective Quinn, if you'll just rejoin us at 1:15 as well, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess and enjoy your lunch, okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. You're in recess until 1:15. All right, we're in recess.
Okay. They got recess, man. And it's lunch. And Thug gotta go back and eat court sandwiches and the stuff that they provide there. It's deep. You gotta really be grateful when you make it to situations and through situations. And when you ignore a lot of signs, sometimes it'll damage you more for ignoring those signs than it would if you would have took heed to it. If you would have said, I know I need to make better decisions. I gotta make better decisions. It's more to life. You can't make everybody understand, but in this situation, they force you to understand. You are forced to understand that you don't run anything. You either play by our rules or you don't play at all. That's where it's at. You either play by our rules or you don't play at all. But they taking a little break and they'll be back in about an hour to finish up the testimony of the detective. And Thug got to sit through this. He has to sit through these people dealing with his life in their hands. That's a hell of a way to go. But we're going to take a little break and we're going to come back, man.
All right, councilors, if we could go ahead and get seated.
Is that on purpose?
All right, sorry, Ingram, everybody here?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present and accounted
What
for.
about our jurors?
All of them are present and accounted for.
Okay, can we ask Detective Quinn to rejoin us, please? All right, sir, summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, madam.
Thank you. Now, Detective Quinn,
During the course of your time with Mr. Bean, there was a portion of the recording in which you replayed a few jail calls for Mr. Bean. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, why did you play those calls for Mr. Bean?
I wanted to confront him with conversations he had with his wife and this unknown third party that was on the phone. The course of events were curious for me. I wanted to make sure he confirmed that was all truthful information.
Okay. And court's indulgence for a quick moment. And were those calls the same calls that some of the calls that we listened to earlier before we began playing Mr. Bean's statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, after playing the calls for him, and I will pull this portion up in the interview in a moment, there's a portion when you kind of recap based upon what information you gleaned from the jail calls, what your understanding, what you believed happened on September 11, 2013. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury, why did you recap your understanding of what happened based upon what you heard from the jail calls?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor. Bolster.
It's explaining his interview with Adrian Bean, why he operated in this way as a part of his investigation, Your Honor.
Oh, objection.
I'll object to that on relevance. He did something irrelevant.
Oh, objection. You can answer, sir, if you can.
thank you. Up until that point in my investigation, the driver of the getaway car, which I'm calling the Burgundy Nissan Altima, was a mystery. When I listened to the audio tape of the jail calls, I wanted that person, Adrian Bean, who spoke on those calls, to confirm for in fact for me that he was the driver. That's what it was about.
And there's a portion of the interview. Portion, though, just 1 second, Sean. And when we share the screen, we're going to start at 10 minutes and 57. 10,
Yes, ma'am.
57. On stage exhibit 176, Charlie Bravo.
That's what it takes to tell.
Let me ask you this while we're getting this portion situated. Do you recall there being a portion in which Mr. Bean discusses what happened once him and the three other individuals got out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall him talking about Mr. Williams, or excuse me, Thug, and he climbed over the wall?
I do.
Alright, so what's the move? Tell me the move. I'm gonna get it all together. Yeah, I mean, but if I gotta send it over there like this, from my perspective,
I ain't let's do it.
alright, tell me.
Fuck the lean bullshit I told you first.
Okay.
Don't get
Alright.
bullshit, Quinn. I ain't gonna get the lean bullshit. You know what I mean? The niggas, they told us about the liquor, whatever. We followed up with some of
Who
it.
told you? I wanna know who. Everybody knows.
Those were the secret. Alright, you know what I'm saying? He come get us, tell us the boys sitting up.
What did he say exactly?
He said, niggas sitting up there at Ken shop with 10, 15,000 on him. I just sent the money in the bag. Ken done whooped up and got the money already. The money gone. You see what I'm saying? Ken got the money. Ain't no such thing as 10, 15,000 up there no more.
Yeah, but you were excited about hearing that number, so what happens next?
Okay, cool. We go check it out. Look at it, see what's going on. Boom. They ain't up there. They come back flying past, make a drive. We see them. Boom. We follow them on up to Somerdale. Now, we in Somerdale.
What do you follow? What kind of car do you follow?
We follow the gray, I want to say Pontiac car.
Well, you say great car. You don't know what kind of
Gray Dodge.
Alright, that's
Dodge,
cool.
Pontiac.
Follow the Dodge.
Gray Dodge.
Alright.
And, you know, we get up through there. No,
Do where you gotta say
we
where.
get Somerdale. DK jump out the car, whatever, you know what I mean?
Why did y'all pick him?
Sir?
Why did y'all pick that motherfucker to get out? And a whole motherfucker.
I don't know why Thug didn't get out of his seat.
He sat in the car in the back seat like a bitch.
This is man. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no who pick who. It's his man. He tell his foot soldier what to do. I'm no gangbang, I'm no blood, nothing. He tell him,
Showing your record.
he tell him, hey, you go get it. You know what I'm saying?
What did he say exactly? What did Thug say?
He told him, go get the money. So he told him, he said, go get the money, go take the money, come on back. So he told him, go take the money, come on back.
Alright, so is that before or after you back then? At the party?
We back then, he told him, go get the money.
Alright. Where's that Taurus you were wearing? You were worried about that Taurus. You weren't sure.
No, the Taurus, all of them are together.
Is the Taurus in front of you or behind you? In front of you? Police Taurus was talking. Police Taurus in front of you. You know it was police. You could have said he was nervous like that. Let me find out what the fucking Taurus.
I didn't know it was the police.
You ain't no real director, motherfucker. Ain't even clued on that shit. I'll be like, hold on, let me see. I get a call and shoot. And I heard.
Police not the time with the look, check, and then like that, because I wouldn't know then, you know, the police side don't do it. But I just want to make sure it's car, the police is car, right? You know what I'm saying? So the car going on there, okay, boom, we back in, DK just, Thug says DK go get the money or whatever, he get out, boom, 2 minutes later, he's popping shots. You know what I'm saying? Only see,
How you see all that money on the ground when you were in the back of that police car? You had to see all that money on the ground.
nah,
Okay, alright.
I didn't even know he had took no money.
He got a stack.
You know what I'm saying?
He got the, I ain't making
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. One guy run this way, another guy run that way, another guy run that way.
Alright,
You know what I'm saying? Now, everybody go run this straight.
Because you were saying to your wife, I wish I would have ran with Thug if he got away. Which way did he go?
Well, I mean, Thug got to call me Joe. Big Fred though, me Thug, Big Fred got. He can't couldn't move together apparently because he was shot or whatever. Thug jumped the wall, I jumped the wall. I jumped up here, Thug went behind the Dollar King, and I jumped over in the parking lot. As I'm running across the parking lot, that's when the police come and run me over.
Okay, what kind of
I'm going to stop it here at 11:03:31. Now, going back approximately around 11 o'clock, Bean finally says, you know, that's some bullshit. That's what I told you the first time. I'm going to tell you the real, something to that effect.
Okay.
What was your understanding of what he told you the first time?
Well, he's talking about an actual transaction that was supposed to take place about buying some lean.
Okay. And when your understanding of first time, do you know what he's concerning the first time? Is it in that interview or something else?
This interview right here.
Your Honor, that would be speculation.
I stand the objection.
Within the course of this interview, had you had a previous discussion about the lien portion of this
Yes.
incident? And at this point, did the lien conversation happen prior to 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Also around 11:01 in this particular portion, he speaks about foot soldiers. Who was being referencing as to being Thug's foot soldiers?
I understood it to be Walter Murphy.
And when he also said, talked about they are gangbangers, who was he referencing?
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Now, right about where we paused at 11:03, Adrian Bean talks about individuals going over the wall. Thug and him hopped over the wall. Do you recall hearing that in this portion? As part of your investigation, prior to speaking to Bean, did you have evidence from other witnesses of individuals going over the wall?
The police officers that were stationed or positioned at the bottom of the parking lot of 126 Cleveland and Quinn Laundry, they had expressed that.
And who were those officers?
That would be Officer Black, and I think he had a rookie. She was a rookie officer. I just remember her first name as being Ashley.
Does Ashley Davis sound familiar?
There you go, Ashley Davis.
And that information that you had prior to speaking with Adrian Bean, had you ever disclosed to Adrian Bean what Officer Black and Officer Ashley, as you remember, told you?
No.
And was what Adrian Bean told you right here in the interview consistent with what they said? What Officer Black and Officer Ashley said?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 11 minutes, restart at 11:04.
The robbery, this is what I'm trying to tell you. As we went in some of the robbery wasn't no robbery because he could have got out, Thug could have got out, DK could have got out, they could have went on ahead and handled their business. Thug tell DK, he didn't really just take away the money, he was like, go ahead and get it. So I don't know what's going on by, you know what I'm saying? No, but I don't tell my family, what I was telling me telling my family is about the robbery because that's what went on. Well, you're robbing this boy Red, but you drive. You just drive. But you know they're going to get his money from him, and he's not going to like give it to him voluntarily. You got to know that. Yeah, I know you're going to know they're going to take his money. All right, so let me ask you this. I got to get sure I got the seat placed in the car. I'm not understanding how nobody got hurt worse now. Was there a girl in the car anywhere? No girl. You had to hide that from your wife. There's no girl nowhere. No girl, no girl. Okay, so the girl that they think is a girl, Quinn. So I didn't mean to cut you. The girl that think is a girl is Thug. I get you, Thug. Thug got the wild hair. They think okay. There you go. I'm gonna just keep it all. Okay, all right. He looked a little bit like it, man. I mean, you know.
And I'm going to stop at 11:05:07. Up until this portion at 11:05:07, were you still under that impression of looking for a female driver?
Trying to rule out that there was a female driver.
And at this point, is that clarified for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that, or how is that clarified for you?
Adrian Bean declares he, in fact, was the driver of the getaway car.
And why did you ask if Bean was just trying to hide something from his wife?
I just thought maybe if a female was in the car, maybe he's trying to conceal it from his wife. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't out there, that there's some unknown female still at large.
Going to resume at 11:05:07.
180 of these little motherfuckers. He does look a little bit like over 180 of these little motherfuckers. So, with me, I'm a family man. I ain't trying to get in conversation. Where's Thug sit? Up front or in the back? He's in the back with DK. You know what I'm saying? Who's up front with you? You got me and Big Fred. Me and you and Big Fred up front. Driving Big Fred on the passenger seat. Thug behind Big Fred. DK behind the driver. That's me. Who's behind Big Fred? Thug. Thug behind Big Fred. Damn, so one day he didn't get hit. Thug behind Big Fred. So I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I mean, shot in the back. I thought he shot in the back. I thought Fred shot in the back. I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying this. I can't say Thug or DK. How many shots did you hear? I saw it crashing over the wall.
How many shots did you hear in the car? Because the police ain't near you. You gotta wait. No, I'm saying I heard one shot. I heard one shot. But I can't say it was a shot because it was like a concealed as a crash. I can't say this person, that person shot him or who shot him. All I can say is I heard a loud noise, but all was going off with the impact of the crash to the wall.
I'm going to pause at 11:06:34. Earlier in this portion, did you hear when Adrian Bean said it's about 180 of those motherfuckers? Did you hear him say that?
I heard that.
Did you know what he was referencing when he made that comment?
What I understood to be the membership of particular gang members.
Okay. And is that relation to him talking about Walter, Murphy, or DK and Thug?
Correct.
I'm going to restart at 11:13:19.
And you really cleared something up for me. It's Thug, and I gotta go out here and find a picture of this joke. Because it's important. Because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me. Now I can't testify. I can't do none of that. You ain't got to testify. I'm put me on blast. Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And when, who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got.
I'm going to pause at 11:14:26. In this portion, did you hear when Mr. Bean said, you know, I can't testify. I don't want to be put on blast?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the term on blast before, prior to him saying that?
Absolutely.
What was your understanding, or what is your understanding what on blast means?
Make your identity public, get your name in those streets, couple different ways to explain it.
And his sentiment of not wanting to testify in court, was that the first time as an investigator you have ever heard someone, a suspect, someone who's a possible co-defendant, a co-conspirator, ever say that they don't want to testify in court?
Most.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
In my experience, most don't.
And why?
Sir. Yes. Say again? Yes, sir. It pertains to all defendants. Okay? All right, you may continue now.
All right. So,
Of course you will.
as it relates to hearing the sentiment, just generally of individuals not wanting to testify, particularly co-conspiring cases, what is your understanding why they do not want to testify or be put on blast?
My experience is they don't want to get hurt. They don't want members of their family getting hurt.
Okay. Now, being in this instance, as well as the previous section that was played for you, gave you the positions of everybody in the car. Within this time period, was this at least the second or third time that he gave you the position of everybody in the car?
It's like the third time.
Okay. And after he gave you the position of individuals in the car the first time, had that position ever changed?
I sustain the objection. That was Mr. Steele.
Yes.
Was there at any point that it was not consistent with what he told you the first time?
No objection.
I sustain the objection.
During the course of your interview with Mr. Bean, if you had something incorrect, was Mr. Bean able to correct you based upon your recitation of what you said?
Absolutely. One in particular, he got me back on track.
Okay. When was that?
I don't know what was up with me at the time, but I'd gotten DK and I got Big Fred confused. He corrected me as far as seat placement was concerned.
Now I want to go to 11:15:40.
Good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice.
Well, let's start a little bit earlier at 11:14.
They work in the street though. If they move, do they get more money than you? They get
I mean, everybody in the car gonna probably, you know what I mean, spit out eat. You know what I mean? Gonna be no.
Let me ask you this. Somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. How do you, when word got back, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me, everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do have a city, man. I've been robbed.
It's been going on this year. And you seen Joe in the
I've
store.
been robbed 4 times this year.
And you probably been seeing the person robbed.
You know what I mean?
Have you? You know where they are?
I'll tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We got hustlers in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone.
When the game first started, when you were young,
They just took my drugs or something like that. So, you know what I mean? It's all drug money, it's weed, you know what I mean? They selling weed, drugs, you know what I mean? So, who's gonna call cops and tell cops that I just got robbed drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming down here and getting took out for their money and getting something back. They don't even work for it. You know what I'm saying?
now they got to go talk to their boss, man.
Like I said, this particular day right here, police was on the scene, DK get out.
Why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops? Or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what.
Going to pause at 11:16:51. Now, during this portion from 11:15:40 to about 11:16:41, was Adrian Bean discussing drug dealers and whether or not they report getting robbed, essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
My experience, they charge it back to the gang. They don't report it.
And when you say they charge it back to the gang, what do you mean?
It's just life in the streets, They're by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, a bunch of different ways to explain it, but they're going to go ahead and take that loss as opposed to exposing whatever they're doing to law enforcement.
Now, going to take you back when Adrian Bean said that him and Thug jumped over the fences. Have you seen pictures of the fences that were outside at 126 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if those fences had barbed wiring?
I haven't seen them in about 10 in a while.
Okay.
Several days, but I know there were some fences. I know I couldn't get over.
And why you said you couldn't get over, tell me what you mean.
Bad knees.
Okay. All right. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever had experience of seeing suspects jumping over barbed wire fences?
I worked, yes. Can I explain?
Well, I think there's an objection.
Sure.
Foundation, your experience as an officer.
I sustain the objection.
Have you
You can raise some more foundation.
Have you ever seen a suspect scale or get over a barbed wire fence?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And so is that uncommon?
That's a Tuesday. That's not.
Now going to 11:45:32. We're gonna start at 11:45, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Going to stop at 11:47:05. The picture that's currently in the screen on the table, who is that a picture of?
That's Jeffrey Williams.
And is that who Adrian Bean identified as Thug?
Yes, he did.
And is that person in which he was referencing within this entire interview?
Correct.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's sitting between Mr. Steele and the brother, the gentleman with the bald head. Got on a nice suit.
It's y'all.
It shall, Mr. Adams, to complete the record.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that that Detective Quinn has identified Mr. Jeffrey Williams. I'm going to start at 11:50. We'll start a little bit early, 11:49:50.
Operation talk to him. I don't know what's up, but I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why those situations happen.
I don't want to charge with something that happens red.
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation, what I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys, make sure you guys are healthy first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You all three of them. I don't get you the real story. Well, they're not going to, if they don't tell me nothing, they ain't going to come tell you nothing else. They have to know. They're not going to come. They have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is.
When you said there, they said Red was robbing y'all. Who are you referencing?
The individuals that were in the car.
Which individuals?
Frederick Prothro, Baltimore.
If you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. And if you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree, you know. Can you talk to her? I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but the thing of it is, this is an investigation. I gotta understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were gonna run them over. You know, they were scared of the heart. I ain't with no one else police officer. I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would stop. I would stop. If I seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would actually stop. I ain't me. So who do you think was blocking you in? I don't want no trouble or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Who do you think it was blocking you in? I'm trying to get some folks to DK. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I ain't thought it was. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking it was robbed. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe. You know what I'm saying? We getting home off here. I ain't know nothing about it. Oh, okay. So you thinking the victims are retaliating? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't seen them. If I seen blue suit, shit, I'm stopping. Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses for the party, like I said, the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out of the car. I don't know what they seen. You know, I didn't see it. I'm driving, so I can't tell you. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Who and what's what. Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out of the car and started shooting, started hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the tours. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too. 12 ain't backed up in no car. Listen to me. You already saw me the car backed up the tours. See, back when DK was in front. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking. You saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, well, listen to me, you even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So everybody there knows, hold on. Listen to me. Everything that I told you. If you don't clear this up, I'm going to present what I got in no jail conversation. And you're saying you knew it was the police because you're calling 12. Everybody in the street know police is 12. This is what I'm telling my wife. You did not understand. Everything I'm telling them, it makes sense. That I got hit by a police car. 12 is shooting. You feel what I'm saying?
block you in. Eventually, the car even block ready to go. Well, the one that was near your car. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Some I'm telling them, some of that's so true, some of it's not true. So when did you know it was the police that we got there? She hit me with the car, man. I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran over the car. So this is the damn police. So I can tell my wife in this story, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, from the beginning, right? From the beginning, from me to you, I can tell you this is the police. Okay. Because I would have stopped for the police. All right. That makes sense. What you said, that makes sense what you said. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision what they believe. I'll put that down. You see what I'm saying? From the beginning, I can't say this is twisted. Okay. But after, yeah, it's the same car that y'all see. Y'all can tell my wife this is the police. Okay. You see what I'm saying? All right. That's your story. But let me get over here. You got a hearing tomorrow or something. Nah, I got them next Thursday. Oh, okay. For this activated assault. I won't talk about that. I won't talk about that. You already told me, you know.
So I'm gonna stop right here at 11:55:33. Right here at this point where he told him, I don't want to talk about that. Why didn't you want to talk about his other case that he had?
That's an uninvolved crime. It's none of my business. It's law enforcement.
And when you say it's none of your business, law enforcement, explain that. What do you mean?
I don't want to jeopardize whatever case that other law enforcement entity may have against him by getting him to say things about it. I want to keep things focused on the police-involved shooting, use of deadly force by the police officer, and what I believe to be a robbery that took place up in some of their comments.
And a little bit earlier in this portion, you were talking, he was asking you about Red and whether or not Red came forward, and you said, I can't talk about, or I can't get into that part of the investigation. Why couldn't you tell Bean about whatever conversation that you had with Derek Dotson or Dirty Red at that time?
The investigation was ongoing, number one. I wanted to make sure I hadn't charged anyone with anything. I wanted to maintain the integrity of Dirty Red or Derek Dotson's life, his future, his family.
We're gonna pick up at 11:55:33.
That's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up. So right now I'm charged with, well, what it looks like to me, still not charged. I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm over with this shit. You know, ain't no rush. So like I said, I don't do no robbery, man. I want to get everybody in the kill. You know, but like you say, I'm one of the guys that was in the car. So whatever went on that day, I got to try and be obsessed with whatever the fuck these niggas I did. So it is what it is, man. I just like to know and not to know, you know what I mean? Why do y'all talk like that on the jail phone? Y'all know we listen. So, why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, really nothing. It's just kind of like, you know, I'm gonna make a stand. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off this shut ankle chain.
We're gonna pause at 11:56:43. Why did you ask Bean why they talk so freely like that on those jail calls?
Personally, I just always, in my history working in Atlanta Police Homicide, once we got tape, I would just ask people after I spoke with them, why you talking on the tape? It doesn't make any sense to me, you know, if it's stuff that you want to keep close to the vest.
And
no, it's always an exit question.
And when you said y'all know we listening, was that a rhetorical question or a literal question?
It was literal. I mean, there's a recording that goes on and tells the user of that jail phone exactly who's listening to it, law enforcement.
When you, going back to those calls just specifically, when you listen to Adrian Bean's phone jail recordings, did you hear him telling his wife about felonies that he had committed as a part of this incident on September 11, 2013?
Yes.
And let me ask, is it a felony to shoot someone?
Absolutely.
Is it a felony to possess a gun while you may be on probation?
Objection. He's asking the witness to provide a legal conclusion.
Yeah, it's not.
Speak on the law.
I stand the question.
given what you heard on that jail calls, was Adrian Bean implicated himself in this armed robbery?
Yes.
And at this point, only based upon what he said in this interview, do you know why he was speaking to his wife about this particular armed robbery? That he...
Basis. I stand objection.
Okay. All right. You can stop sharing. Now, let me ask you this, just a few additional questions about this interview. Again, prior to meeting with Adrian Bean, did you have any conversations with him about any of the other evidence you had gathered up until the point in which you met with Mr. Bean?
Not at all.
And was there information that Mr. Bean told you that was corroborated by the other evidence you had gathered up until this point in time?
I would say so.
At any point, did you have a desire or want Mr. Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug as part of this case?
That's the jury to determine.
You're right.
I'll rule the objection. Well, I'll sustain this to form, rephrase it.
Did you have any vendetta against Mr. Williams or the person known as Young Thug as a part of this case?
Not at all.
Outside of the video interview and the recorded portion all the way up until you dropped Mr. Bean off at the jail, did you have any further conversations with Adrian Bean about this case that was not recorded?
Not at all.
And did you ever tell Adrian Bean to make Young Thug or DK or Frederick Prothrow to be a part of this case at all?
No.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you have any evidence tested for touch DNA?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did you have tested?
Based off the interviews I conducted with Bean, based off the 3 firearms located at the laundromat inside the car at 126 Cleveland, I had those 3 weapons tested against the occupants of the car, all 3 that I knew of: Frederick Prothrow, Walter Murphy, and Adrian Bean.
And did you learn of those results?
I did.
What were those results?
Well, one of the guns. Okay, how do you want me to? I probably need you to have me break it down.
Sure. Was there any DNA found on any of the guns that came back to any one person?
I believe Walter Murphy. There was DNA evidence on the Walter Murphy.
I'll stand the question. You can raise more time.
Did you receive the report, the GBI report in this case?
I did back in 2013. I did, yeah.
Did you review that report prior to you making any decision about arrest warrants?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part, Ms. Hilton.
Sure. Did you review that report prior to making any decisions about arrest warrants?
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this: were there any guns that did not come out with clear DNA?
Yes.
Okay. What happened with that piece of evidence, that gun?
There was no way to. There was DNA. There was no DNA on the gun that could be loaded up to what's called the CODIS database, and therefore there would be no one linked to that particular piece of evidence or that firearm.
Okay. And you talked about getting samples from both Walter Murphy, Frederick Prothrow, and Adrian Bean. Did you ever get any DNA samples from Jeffrey Williams?
Not at all.
Why not?
because the gun I was told that he was a part of with the interview with Adrian Bean was inconclusive.
And why did the fact that it was inconclusive? Why didn't you go and get? I know it makes, I understand it, but explain it again. Like, it was inconclusive. So, what does that mean?
The way I work my investigations, I don't arrest anyone based off someone else's testimony only. Got to have another piece of evidence. Based off what Bean told me, he said that was Thug's gun in the back of the car. I tested it. It was inconclusive. It was too many contributors on that particular piece of evidence. They couldn't upload it. So I wasn't going to just take Bean's word based off my reputation, the way I do things, to get an arrest warrant for Jeffrey Williams just on his word only. I needed another prong, something to corroborate what Bean had put up for me.
And transitioning into that, who did you take out arrest warrants for in this case?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And do you recall when you took out those warrants?
I'm going to say like October the 24th or 25th, late October of 2013.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Space Exhibit 178 Charlie. Do you recognize Space Exhibit 178 Charlie?
I do. Looks like my supplementals.
And would you have the date in which you took out arrest warrants within your supplement?
Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Actually, I was a month off. It was September the 25th, 2013.
And who did you take out arrest warrants for?
Adrian Bean, Frederick Prothrow, and Walter Murphy.
And as you just stated, you did not take out warrants for Mr. Jeffrey?
Nah, not at all.
And what were the charges that you took out those warrants for?
It was armed robbery, aggravated assault, 3 counts of ag assault on police each.
Now, you took out those warrants approximately, based on that timeline, about 2 weeks after the incident.
About 14 days, yeah.
In police time, is that a short or a long time, given the facts you had in this case?
I was told it was old man time because the bosses want quick resolution when the cops shoot somebody. But I always take my own sweet time. I'm gonna make sure I have it right. That was an overwhelming long time in this business.
And
but, you know, sometimes it's just gotta go hard.
And why was it an overwhelming long time, you said, in this business?
Police departments like quick resolution. They want it done. They don't want people who are suspected of crimes being able to leave hospitals or bond out of jail. But that's just my credo. I mean, sometimes you got to play it hard. We'll get you at some point, but not before it's time. It wasn't soup yet.
Did you ever close the officer-involved shooting investigation involving Investigator Robeson L?
I did.
And did you determine whether or not Investigator Robeson L was justified in shooting his weapon?
Yes.
And what was the result of that portion of the investigation?
Well, the way it works, if I don't charge the police officer, because that's what it is, it's not an administrative investigation. This is about the officer's life, his future. It's a criminal investigation. I didn't find Detective Robeson L guilty of any felonies or improperly using his firearm. and it was sent over to the Internal Affairs Division for final review.
Now, during the course of your investigation and even afterwards, did you ever have the occasion to encounter Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes.
Where was it that you encountered Mr. Jeffrey?
So I work an extra job, off duty in uniform back in those days at Neiman Marcus up at Lenox Mall. Then I worked there for 11 and a half years.
And is that where you saw Mr. Williams?
Yeah, oddly enough, 2-3 weeks after I was pretty much figuring out what I had in this investigation, he just walked in. I sit on a stool in uniform, and I reached out to him.
And when you say you reached out to him, tell the jurors what do you mean?
So I'm on the stool. It was a Friday because I only work Fridays at Neiman Marcus. I have a bunch of other extra jobs at the time. But I'm sitting on my stool working this case out, but I'm off duty. So I got no recorders. I'm in a police uniform. I'm just a cop. Jeffrey Williams walks in. I say, yo, homie, let me holler at you. I mean, that's just how I talk. And at first he was hesitant, but he came right over. And I just told him what I was working on and how his name came up. And I told him why I was telling him that.
So let me kind of go back. You talked about your extra job and you only work on Fridays. Why were you in full uniform?
I'm working for the business. I can't work a high-end luxury jewelry store. I work the luxury jewels department in Neiman Marcus. And so I have to present in uniform as a deterrent.
Now, you said that you encountered him. Let me ask you this. About how many times did you see Mr. Williams at Neiman Marcus? After or during this investigation?
So a total of 4 times.
Now, let's talk about this first encounter. You said you were sitting on your stool and you saw him and told him to come over here. Did he approach you?
He came on over.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say to him when he approached you?
I went right into it. I said, listen, I'm working an investigation. Your man Bean, I don't know whether he's your friend or not, but he put your name in that big explosion when the car went into the laundromat up on Cleveland Avenue in Old Hayville. I said, he put you in the car. He says that you even had a gun, you were in the car, and you got away. I said, you're going to find out about this later because you're going to get the discovery from the other people in the car, which is all my reports and my audios and videos later. You'll have access to them if you have relationships with anybody in the car. I said, so I'm telling you on the front end, your name got put in this.
And once you said that your name got put in this, did Mr. Williams say anything to you?
He denied any involvement, being there, anything illegal that happened on 9/11/2013 between Cleveland and Oasis.
Okay. When he denied his involvement in that, he was not there. What, if anything, did you do next?
So I told the young brother, I said, listen, I can arrest you based off what being said. That's not who I am. I can lock you up, and then before people locked up, we'll figure out what's up. I said, but the way I get down, if I get DNA off that gun, being said was yours, and you're going to make me come hunt you down to eliminate you from this scientifically, or you going to come in voluntarily? Or do I get a warrant to come get you and to get your sample? Because I can get a warrant and get a sample to go in your mouth if somebody says you were at a crime scene. That's enough. And I left it like that. And I also told him, I'll never arrest you based on what one joker says. I'm going to need something else to back it up.
At that point, did Mr. Williams say anything?
He just continually denied it, but he was very respectful.
And you talked about what he said. Did you notice any physical demeanor of him when you approached him?
He was unnerved. He was shook. You know, I've been around a lot of people. I've approached him in uniform. I approached him in this uniform. And you can say certain things to people, and, you know, you can almost see their heart beating out of their shirt. That was one of those situations.
And I understand shook. What does shook mean?
I mean, you're nervous. You're uneasy. You you're hearing information you just didn't expect to hear.
After he denied his involvement, did he leave?
Oh yeah, we clapped up and he went on about his way.
And was he by himself at that point in time?
He was.
Now you said there were 4 encounters. Tell the jury about what your second encounter was.
So the second encounter, this is 10 years ago, so it's about 2 to 3 weeks, could even be a month later. I had gotten word back from the scientists at the GBI that firearm linked to being through testimony, that firearm linked to Jeffrey Williams through the testimony only of Bean came back inconclusive with too many male contributors on that weapon to be uploaded into the CODIS database for identification.
And you said you had that information. What happened upon the second encounter?
I told, when he walked in the store, he was again alone. Let me holler at you again. That's pretty much what I said. He comes on over, and I just break the news to him. I said, you know what, man? I said, I'm not going to be able to do nothing with this for me. I mean, I could arrest you, but I'm not. And this may sound crass, but what I said to him was, I did some research on you in these last 3 weeks to a month, and I found out you're about ready to blow up. So I said, go make your $1 million and stay the fuck off Cleveland. It's the last thing I said to him that day.
And you said those words today.
Exactly.
What happened once you said that? Did he leave?
We clapped up, and he was gone.
Your third encounter. Tell the jury about that third encounter.
Well, this is going to be, okay, right. Losing count. So this may be a few months down the road. This time, Jeffrey Williams, he's accompanied by other individuals when he comes in Neiman Marcus. I'm in a uniform. I'm on the stool in Precious Jewels. I step aside. Now he is saying, I want to holler at you. So he comes up with this, I'm going to call it an entourage. It was some people. But in particular, there was a woman he identified as his sister. He called her by name Dolly. And he gave me a job offer. He said, I want you to be my travel security because I'm getting ready to do my thing. His sister, I only know her as Dolly. She gave me her phone number. I said, I'm not interested. I said, go live your life. But I did take her number. She gave it to me. I put it inside my city-issued cell phone where it's set for the next 10 years. I never even dialed that number.
And as a part of this case, did you provide me with a screenshot of your phone log showing where you had inputted her on?
Yes, I did.
Commissioner Cochran?
Have you shown that to? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey's Exhibit 179C. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 179C.
This is the address book to my city-issued cell phone. When I retired, I had it all downloaded so I could access it as needed in retirement, and this is it.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of your address log that was in your city cell phone that you got when you left the department?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to attend to Exhibit 179C. It's address.
An objection, counsels.
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right. States 179, Charlie is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And still going old school?
Let's keep it old school.
If you can point to where you see the name of Miss Dolly Youngwoods.
This is how I put it in that day right there, Neiman Marcus Precious Jewels.
Now, by any chance, did you have the date in which you inputted that when you did it have a date in which when you inputted that information to your phone?
You know, it might have. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that technology.
After you got her number, you put it in your phone. Did you ever see Dolly again?
I didn't know.
And here the phone numbers aren't on here, but have we just extracted out the actual phone number?
Yeah, the phone number is not up there, but it's over in the right somewhere.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then there was a final encounter. If you could tell the jury about the final encounter.
Oh. The last encounter, I'm on a Friday at Precious Jewels in uniform, getting my cheese, working hard. I see Jeffrey Williams come into the store. We're about 25 feet from each other. He's going to the down escalator. He's in the company of Walter Murphy, who I know on site. Walter Murphy, in his right pocket, has a long knot, they call it in the street, the kind that can't fold, and it's hanging out of his right pocket as they're going down the escalator, the two of them. Thug is pointing to the long knot and making sure I see it. Don't know what it meant. I mean, I can have an opinion, but that was it. I waved at him, and they went downstairs, and I guess they bought some items.
When you say the long knots, what do you mean?
Well, it's the money that can't fold. If it's cash, U.S. currency, and it's so much it can't fold, back in those days, I haven't seen it much lately. Jokers would just like have the money, you know, straight flossing the money out so everybody could see it.
And during that interaction, did you have any verbal communication with either Mr. Murphy or Mr. Williams?
I think I snickered and they snickered and they went on downstairs and made their purchases.
Of course, it was wrong. Just a few last questions. Detective Quinn, have you ever heard of the term destroying evidence?
Absolutely, I heard of it.
And what do you take that to mean?
Destroying evidence in my line of work is against the rules. I mean, it's a broad terminology, but it means getting rid of something that may be exculpatory. And when I say exculpatory, information that can set somebody free, and you get rid of it.
And is it a felony or is it a crime to destroy evidence?
Absolutely. In that context, if it's going to lead to somebody going free.
What does it mean to be post-certified in the state of Georgia?
The Police Officers Standard and Training Council, they give the power to Georgia police officers. And you have to report to them everything you do. They investigate you as an officer, detective, chief, whatever, if you have any wrongdoing in your jacket. They make final calls on whether or not you ever come back to the job. They're the governing body for giving police officers the power to arrest.
Is intentionally deleting a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation something you would consider destroying evidence?
If it would lead them to have them going free, I would say so. If you're keeping them from their freedom by getting rid of some evidence you don't want in your file or in your presentation of evidence to the state.
What happens to your post-certification if Post learns that you intentionally deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
Well, they're going to yank your badge and gun and your arrest power until they investigate. They're going to conduct their own investigation. I've never had that issue, so I don't know much about what happens to you.
And given what you just said, have you ever deleted a recorded statement of a material witness in a criminal investigation?
I've never.
I have no further questions.
Council, why don't we take 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen? What about you all? And then we'll go ahead and continue at this point in time. All right, we're going to recess 10 minutes. All rise. All right, Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Cross who wants to go first. Ms. Sharp?
Detective Quinn, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Glad to be here.
All right, excellent. Just want to follow up on something that you said minutes ago about destroying evidence. I don't have the transcript. I just have my notes.
Okay.
My notes indicate that you said it's a problem if it is exculpatory evidence or evidence that could set someone free.
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, that's accurate for what you said?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. And that would be illegal.
I would say so.
And that would also violate police protocol?
If it was information that was going to set someone free, those are the key words. Tapes or written testimony that's going to set someone free is important. That's why it has to be preserved.
What about other statements or recordings that wouldn't necessarily set someone free? Would be destroying those recordings still be destroying evidence?
I mean, I don't know because I don't have that. I've never had that situation. I know of detectives that will record things and then reduce it to writing when they get back and they don't use the recording. I've seen that. Me personally, I can speak for me. I turn over everything, but I'm not. That's not the hard and fast rule. But the hard and fast rule is any information that's going to set a person free, you can't destroy that.
What about a statement that's taken from a witness that you determine to be a lie? What is the appropriate thing to do in that circumstance?
So what kind of statement? You talking about audio, written? Audio, I mean, that's open to the detective or whoever law enforcement official is holding that information. I can only speak for me, and it's my practice. I don't.
So your testimony is, I understand you're speaking for you.
That's all I can do.
But as far as protocols and legality, you're not aware of any laws or protocols, APD, standard operating procedures, that would prevent the destruction of an audio statement if the detective determined it to be a lie?
Me personally, I can only speak for me. I don't know the city policy word for word. David Quinn Jr., homicide detective, working 19 years in that field. I never destroy anything. I can't speak for other detectives. I don't know the rules. I don't know all the rules for APD.
Okay. You did take a statement, a recorded statement, with your lapel recorder from Mr. Nava Flores on 9/11/13, correct?
I did.
And in preparation of your testimony and from days ago and also today,
yes, sir.
You reviewed that recording, correct?
I did.
And you would agree that at 3 minutes and 36 seconds of this recording, or anywhere on the recording, there's reference to a first statement, and if Mr. Nava Flores wants to clear anything out else up from the first statement he gave?
I remember that well.
Okay, and you would agree that there's that clearly establishes that there were in fact two statements given.
Okay, only one given to me. I can't speak to whoever that law enforcement official was that Nava Flores spoke with. It was in the ether, and I didn't know who it was.
And I'm going to get back to that. Okay, so your testimony today is that you only took one statement from Mr. Nava Flores.
Yes, and a second written breakdown of all the encounters with Nava Flores, which was contained in my supplementals.
Okay, and you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
I'm the quarterback, yeah.
Quarterback. Buck stops with you.
That's right. I throw the ball, but I can't catch it.
Okay, and you acknowledge the importance of police reports for memorializing facts that are learned at the time, correct?
Yes, I also acknowledge that it's not an exact science either.
And you also acknowledge that police reports are important when you're called to testify about things from 2013 and it's 2024.
Absolutely.
All right. You wrote a 3-page incident report regarding this case, correct?
I don't remember how many pages.
But you wrote an incident report? Okay. And then you also wrote a 47-page supplemental incident report outlining your investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. This first statement that Mr. Nava Flores gave, I want to ask you as the quarterback, who did he give this statement to?
I don't know. I mean, and I can go even further, is that there are a lot of players on the field. But when I heard from some law enforcement, that it was going to be a reported stolen vehicle, which mucks up or throws a monkey wrench in my investigation.
Who told you that information? That there was
I don't know. It was in the ether. This is in the fog of investigation. Lions, tigers, and bears, oh my. That's what was going on out there. And it was something happening. It was something happening out there where it was going to be a reported stolen car with that crashed up car at 126 Cleveland. So I said, when I got up on the hill, I'm like, I need to hear nothing but truth. I don't care whatever he told. It was a litany of law enforcement out there. Okay. Again, the fog of the game.
Okay, but the fog didn't make that statement, did it?
I don't know who made it.
Okay. It was a person.
Exactly.
And I'm asking you who that person was.
I don't know.
Okay. Is it in your 47-page report, does it indicate to you who gave you that information?
Not at all.
Basis. Sustained.
Do you have officers and detectives? You're not the only one with a recording device, are you?
I don't know. There are people out there, but I don't know what they carry. I don't know how they record information.
Okay. Do you have a recording from this initial statement given by Mr. Nava Flores?
I do not.
Do you have an APD? Yes, sir.
Can I say this?
Yes.
I don't know if it was recorded or was it just a verbal statement. Because verbal statements are statements just like recorded statements. Technology has not changed facts or information.
And as far as APD, they also have what's known as written statement forms, correct? Where witnesses can write down a statement.
They have that as well. But you can write a statement on a paper plate. I mean, it doesn't have to be on anything in particular. There's no ceremony to a statement.
Do you have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement, original statement written on it?
Not on this case, but in my career, working 19 years, somebody did write me a statement on a paper plate. That's all we had back in 2001, if you want a literal example.
Well, I'm just focusing on this case. So you do not have a paper plate with Mr. Nava Flores' statement written on it? What about a written statement form used by APD? Do you have a written statement form with Mr. Nava Flores' original statement?
I do not.
I'm going to change the subject. Courtney Bean, she's the wife of Adrian Bean, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you were out there with, you were wearing a suit on 9/11/13?
Yes.
Okay, and you have that recorder in your lapel, correct? A very small bubblegum size recorder?
I don't chew bubble gum, but yes.
What did you say it was the size of?
A package of gum.
Package of gum. Thank you. So you had that with you on that date, correct?
I did.
And you encountered Courtney Bean at 2233 Macon Drive that afternoon?
I did.
And you had a conversation with her, correct?
That's correct.
Did you record that conversation?
Nope.
Okay. You also had a phone conversation the next day with Courtney Bean, correct?
I did.
Did you record that phone conversation?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, sir. Next examiner. All right, anybody else? Before Mr. Steele, anybody else? All right, go ahead, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Steele, for deferring.
Detective Quinn, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
You indicated on direct examination that, if I got it right, it says, I don't arrest anyone off of one person's word only. Is that correct?
That's generally my practice.
Okay. And that's your practice because you want additional corroborative evidence other than just a person's word, right?
In most cases, yes.
And the reason you want that is because when people give you a story or statement, A, they could be telling the truth, correct?
That's correct.
B, they could be lying, correct?
You're correct again.
And C, it could be a little bit of both, right?
Sometimes it works out that way.
So when we're dealing with corroborative evidence, you want to know if they're eyewitnesses, right?
I love eyewitnesses, yes.
You love eyewitnesses because they are there and they can actually tell you what they saw, correct?
Absolutely.
They can tell you what they heard, right?
Yes.
But even though a witness, an eyewitness tells you what they saw and what they heard, even an eyewitness can be mistaken, correct?
That's been my experience. That's why corroborative evidence always is a good assistant.
Now, when you are at the scene of a crime that's been committed, whether it be a murder, an armed robbery, an act of assault, what have you, you're going to knock on doors if you can, right?
Knocking on doors is my favorite part, so I always reserve that for myself.
Okay. And in addition to knocking on doors, well, let me back up. You don't investigate a case without going to the scene, correct?
Not always correct. I've worked hundreds of cold cases where I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. Let's talk about active cases that are under investigation that haven't gone cold. You get the phone call, you've been assigned, however the assignment, the wheel goes, and it's now your case.
Yes, sir.
You get that case, you will generally, when we're talking about armed robberies and murders and things of that nature, you're going to go out to the scene, correct?
I'll make my best effort to get to that scene, yes.
And going to the scene is important because that's where the evidence is a lot of times, right?
Most times. It's where it starts if that is your original scene. Sometimes the crime scene is scene number 3, which has been my experience.
Okay. So you're going to go to the scene. Now you get to the scene, you're knocking on doors, you want to talk to any witnesses that are out there, right?
Yes, sir.
And when those witnesses come forward and they talk to you, some do, some don't, right?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay. And you don't stop there. You will also want to get forensic evidence, right? If you can.
That's always a nice hook for your investigation.
And forensic evidence, we're talking about fingerprint evidence, right?
I'll agree with you there.
We're talking about DNA evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
DNA evidence such as touch DNA evidence, right? If you can get it.
It was a component in 2010 that became pretty normal behavior on a crime scene.
Okay. So you will also make an effort, if you can, to talk to the person that is your target of the investigation, right?
That's always a good look.
You'll bring them into the office.
Not always. We'll sometimes do it at the mama's, dinner table somewhere.
And if you do it at the mama's dinner table, you will, and if they're your person of interest, and if you have them in custody or what have you, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
It all depends. I mean, if they're not in custody, I don't Mirandize.
If they are in custody.
If they're free to leave, I don't Mirandize them all the time.
If they're in custody, you're going to Mirandize them, right?
If they're in custody and can't go home, yes.
Read them their rights, and you're going to sit down and talk to them, right?
Correct.
And sometimes they'll tell you what happened.
Unbelievably, I've had a lot of success with people being suspects or victims telling me what happened.
And they'll tell you sometimes things that are inconsistent with what the alleged victim is saying happened, correct?
What are we speaking of? Because my victims are all dead. And again, ag assault is not a crime, and armed robbery are crimes I normally investigate. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, if you believe that a person was robbed and that person is not dead, then that's going to be an alleged victim, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the person that you have in the interview room might give you a different version of events than what the alleged victim says happened, right?
That happens.
Okay. Now, and in some instances, the person that you're talking to that's in that interview room, they may have their cell phone with them, correct?
Sometimes, not all the time.
And in some instances, when they do have that cell phone with them, you may ask them, can I look at your phone, right?
I've done that before.
Okay. And if they agree to allow you to look into their phone, you'll scroll through the phone. Sometimes y'all scroll through it together, right?
So can I explain something for you?
Sure.
If I've got interest in the phone, I'm only talking about David Quinn Jr., the homicide detective, because that's where I did all my work. I'm getting a search warrant for the phone. I'm not asking permission, but that's just me. A lot of cops do that. If the phone interests me, I'm going to try to get a search warrant because I want everything. I don't want what he or she picks or chooses.
Okay.
I want everything.
So if you get a search warrant, whether you get their consent to look in their phone or whether you get a search warrant to get in that phone, you're looking through the phone. And if that particular person that's being interviewed or that person's being arrested and you are conducting an investigation with that person, then and if they have things that are in that phone, if there's information in that phone that backs up their story, when I say their story, the person who is the suspect, the person who is under arrest, you're going to maintain that information, correct?
With benefit of search warrant.
And that would be considered exculpatory evidence, correct?
It depends what's in there. I mean, that's kind of open to interpretation. I mean, that's kind of open-ended the way you said it.
Okay.
I don't know what's in the phone. We'd be talking about grocery lists. That's not going to be exculpatory.
Right. We're not talking about a grocery list. We're talking
But you gave me a kind of a broad, you just put it out there.
That's fair.
All right.
I'll narrow it down.
All right.
So we're talking about evidence that could actually benefit the person that is the suspect in your investigation. That information in the phone that can benefit that person's story, can corroborate that person's story. That's what I'm talking about, okay?
I'm with you.
All right. You're going to preserve that telephone, correct?
It's kind of still an open-ended, but if I got a search warrant for it, yes, everything's going to be memorialized to the best of my knowledge. I mean, and just to give it some context, there's some things that happen in phones the last 15 years that I can't do anything with. I have to let the experts handle that with these clouds and different things I know nothing about. So I would probably turn it over to someone that's proficient in that science.
Right. You basically hand that evidence over to someone who can look into that phone and grab that information out of that phone, correct?
And yes, and customarily, that expert, they call them cyber crimes unit is the name they gave it when I was down there. And cyber crimes will then forward me a report of what's in that phone. Because I don't even know how to open my phone half the time. So.
And at some point during the course of that investigation, that preserved evidence, that preserved information, it'll one day work its way to a courtroom such as we are here today, correct?
Sometimes that happens.
Basis.
I was going to be speculation.
I stand in objection.
Now, with respect to your investigation and doing these sorts of things, once you hand that information over to, when I say information, once you hand that cell phone, that information inside that cell phone, once you hand it off, you're pretty much done with that part of the investigation as it relates to evidence, correct?
I wouldn't say done. I'm going to have that cyber crimes, it's usually a detective, break down for me what's inside that machinery, that electronic device, and give me some kind of report. Because I can look at it and he can see things that I can't see. Because I want to turn it over to the state and for discovery with a defense if that applies.
And in some cases, you would take, if you believe that information in that phone that's exculpatory, you would actually walk that information to the district attorney yourself, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I stand in objection.
Now, just 1 second, Judge, I'm almost done. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
All right, anyone else? All right, Mr. Steele.
How are you, sir?
Mr. Steele, what's up?
Good to see you, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
I feel the same. Can I ask you some questions?
It's your floor, brother.
All right. I would like to if you don't mind, and just clarify, just solidify, okay? Talking about Adrian Bean, September 11th, 2013, at the area where he's arrested.
Okay, I'm with you.
Near the laundromat. Fair to say, as far as you know, gets hit by the police car, the undercover police car, the tourist, taken into custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he is taken into custody, just to be solid and just to make sure it's pure, he is taken from that scene to Grady Hospital. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And from Grady Hospital, he eventually makes his way over to the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when Mr. Bean, and if you need to see anything, just let us know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Mr. Bean tells you 6 days later, it's September 17, 2013, that he had lied to the detective when he first spoke with them. You remember something? I may not be quoting, but something to that effect?
I mean, you're paraphrasing, but I know where you're going.
But, I mean, I'm trying to be fair. That's...
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we don't have to, like, bring it up or show me or anything.
Okay. Now, do you know who he spoke with? When I say he, Mr. Bean spoke with prior to speaking with you?
Not at all.
Do you know what the location of this interrogation, interview, meeting, whatever you want to call it?
I can only assume, which, you know, I don't think I can even say what it would assume unless you want me to.
Well, assumptions don't help. So.
Oh, they help in this situation, I think.
Well, do you know? How about
Nope.
that? All right. Do you know what questions were asked of Mr. Bean?
I know nothing because no one gave me anything in written form or verbal form for me to evaluate.
Or recording, I guess, right?
Correct.
And I think it's obvious now, but you don't know the answers given.
I don't.
All right. Now, I understand clearly from your testimony, you did not direct anyone to speak with Mr. Bean prior to you deciding to do that 6 days after this September 11, 2000.
Oh, yeah, I wanted it to be me.
All right. But you did, for the jurors, send or direct or ask coworkers to go down to interview, meet with, speak with, interrogate, whatever word you want attached to it, Mr. Fred Prothro at the Grady County. Excuse me, that's wrong. Grady Hospital, true.
Yeah, not just Fred Prothro, Walter Murphy as well.
I was about to get to. And the two people you sent, if you remember, co-workers of yours, Detective Lewis.
That's correct.
Detective,
Tracy.
I'm sorry.
That's Tracy Lewis.
Detective Calhoun.
Yes.
And do you know whether the meeting with Mr. Fred Prothro was recorded by Detective Calhoun at the Grady Hospital on September 11, 2013?
He gave me a written statement. I don't remember a recording. It may have been. I don't remember.
Okay. Is there anything that you have in front of you that would refresh your memory? And if not?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether Detective Tracy Lewis, when she met with Walter Murphy, recorded?
Can I say something?
Of course.
I remember. It's been 10 years. I'm going to be 60 soon. So Calhoun recorded something. Tracy reduced whatever verbal was told to her by Murphy and recorded it on a written statement she prepared and gave to me.
All right. And as far as you know, Detective Tracy Lewis did not record the meeting with Mr. Walter Murphy.
Correct.
All right. And is it fair to say that Detective Calhoun, when he met with Fred Prothro, Fred Prothro spoke with him, or Frederick Prothro spoke with him?
He did.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said who was in the car at the time of that collision?
Yeah, he gave a statement. He gave some information.
And is it fair to say that Frederick Prothro said that there were three people in the car?
Basis.
Yes, sir.
I stand the question.
Detective Calhoun already testified.
Not as to what Frederick Prothro
Yeah, you
said.
can't. It's still going to be your sentence.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's go to the non-recorded meeting, interview, interrogation, whatever the right word is, between Detective Lewis and Walter Murphy. Okay?
Okay.
You received a summary investigative note at the City of Atlanta Police Department statement or police report from Detective Lewis on that event, that occasion. Is that fair to say?
I did. Sometime that week, after she reduced it to writing, she gave it to me for the file.
Okay. And do you remember it being dated either the 18th of September or the 17th of September? And I'll check if you don't remember. 2000.
I don't remember if they show it to me.
Okay.
I know that she only did that one interview down there. When she reduced to writing, she may put the day she actually reduced it to writing, but I don't know. She'd have to tell you.
Now, when I'm talking about Detective Lewis' statement, did you receive, how many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis?
Pardon me, Mr.
How many,
King?
that's fine. How many statements did you receive from Detective Lewis concerning her interview with Mr. Walter Murphy?
Just that one.
Did you ever see a second statement from Detective Lewis that was whited out? These are my words, blocked out, deleted, anything.
It's not in my memory banks. I don't remember that.
Okay. I want to show you two items, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
You may, sir.
.207. Thank you. So. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Former Detective Quinn, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208. Can you just do me a favor, take a peek
Okay, doke.
at one and then the other? Just tell me if you've seen
One and then the other before.
I've seen these before.
Okay. And is this related to the incident that we're speaking of and Detective Tracy Lewis writing down a written report?
Yes.
All right. And were both of these made it into your file? When I say your file on this case.
They showed up in the file, yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 207, 208 for purposes of this examination.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis?
Hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'll admit defendants 207, 208 over objection.
Okay.
They may be published as you see fit.
Okay.
Your Honor. This is another individual statement.
Can I see him?
Can we approach?
Yeah. Hand him to Mr. Kearns, please. Okay. All right, all rise. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. And Detective Quinn has also stepped out. So, all right, Ms. Hilton, what's the basis for you asking the court to reconsider? You mentioning at the bench, I think before we lost audio capability for everybody else to hear that I have in my possession defendants 207 and 208, which have been shown prior, and I believe that your assessment was, or assertion was, that since Detective Lewis has not testified, that there's still some foundation missing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else you wish to add before I let Mr. Steele respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, it's Defense Exhibit 207 and 208 are copies of Detective Lewis's written report or summary that she provided to Detective Quinn as part of his as a part of her portion of the investigation. So 207 is hearsay because Detective Lewis has not testified. Then it's hearsay within hearsay because it is her summary of what Walter Murphy told her. And although Investigator Quinn is the investigative detective, the reason why it's hearsay is that Detective Lewis hasn't testified in this trial at all. Additionally, Your Honor, the way that these reports first came about was whether or not he could tell if he, being Detective Quinn, could tell if a portion of this was deleted or whited out.
Do we have the originals of these reports?
This is what was turned over, Your Honor. I believe what Mr. Steele could ask him, and looking at 207, 208, he can ask, does it appear that something was whited out? But that's about as far as he can go. As far as introducing 207, 208, that would be rank hearsay because he's trying to get in her statement without her having to testify and get in what Walter Murphy told him, and Walter Murphy has not testified. And so the content of what's contained within 207, 208, if published, would be hearsay, double hearsay. Now, if he wanted to ask him, can you look at 207, 208 and tell if something's been whited out, he can ask them that question, but he cannot, to admit 207 and 208 would be admitting rank hearsay, Your Honor. Can be speculation. So
how would you address if the court also told you that this might be a best evidence issue? Because the original document, and since you're asserting that this particular, what's inside the document, or the document itself is important in this particular situation, would fall under that particular rule, unless some exception was meted.
I'll say these two copies are copies of what was turned over in discovery. So I won't make a best evidence argument, Your Honor, because this is what was provided in discovery.
All right.
However, it is hearsay to have Detective Quinn testify as to the contents of what is inside of 207 and 208. He can solely, and without publishing to the jury, he can ask, is there a distinction or a difference between these two pieces of paper, but to admit it and to have him talk about anything contained within, and it would be hearsay, Your Honor.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, I am not offering 207 for the truth of the matter asserted. In fact, I have spoken with Mr. Walter Murphy, and he has told me that he did not say that there were 4 people in the car. I am not admitting it for the truth.
Okay, we don't have Walter Murphy's testimony yet, so that's based upon your investigation or the like, right?
Coming.
I'm sorry?
The state put us on notice that he is coming in the next series of witnesses.
Then why don't we defer this until he testifies?
Because I have him on cross. And the reason it's important, Your Honor, I'm not as interested in the content. I am interested in the fact.
I'm not saying it's not important, Mr. Steele, but it's you got some foundational issues in this case. Unless the state says, hey, we're willing to stipulate as to this, I think you're going to need a little to lay the foundation that Detective Lewis would have to testify to get the rest of this foundation.
I don't believe so.
Okay, why not?
Because all I want to do.
What's the legal basis? What case law do you have? What rule of evidence are you asking me to admit this under? Because the state's issue is foundation at this point in time, and hearsay. The court's issue is foundation. Their issue is hearsay.
It's non-hearsay because I'm not offering for the truth. The second part is in 207 versus 208. If you look at them, these are statements for a supplement incident report. But if you notice, Your Honor, they are signed at the bottom, both of them.
I've seen the documents before because we've had several witnesses testify about them. So, but
no one testified.
Well,
this time.
This particular issue has been brought up before the court.
I raised it to the court.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I have no doubt that it's probably not. It's relevant evidence, whatever. It's just foundation. If the state's not willing to foundation, even if you're going to offer it for whatever the purpose is, like you just told me, you still have some foundation that's missing.
Well, Detective Quinn just testified that he received both. My questioning to him is going to be, how do you, meaning Detective Quinn is the quarterback, how do you explain, or please explain, what is 208? Did you inquire about 208? I'm not as interested in the content as I am that the fact that 208 is a different document than 207. It cuts off, deleted, I don't know. I'm going to ask him. Yet it's signed as being sworn upon oath that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible. And this is clearly not complete, in my opinion, not all I'm going to do is ask him, did you inquire about this? He is the lead detective. He is here now. And I believe that this is important to show, if the jurors believe it, if the jurors want to use it, that somebody changed their report.
Okay, I have no disagreement with you. It's just foundation. So until such time as the foundation is completed, I want to sustain their objection.
Well, okay. Well, then let me make a proffer. May I do that?
You can make a proffer, certainly, but it's still not going to change the foundation.
Well,
in terms of Detective Lewis would still have to testify, but you can make a proffer.
State's not calling. Well, I shouldn't say that.
I believe they are going to call Detective Lewis. Is that?
That's not on the list. They may be called, but they're not on the list. I'm not being told they're calling.
The state has no intention to call Detective Lewis in this case. Defense counsel could call Detective Lewis in their case, and if they choose to want to determine whether or not what happened here or not. But no, the state does not intend to call.
Okay, all right, okay. So make your proffer, sir, if you choose to do so. But you can, if you choose to present a case for Mr. Williams at the appropriate time, not saying that you can do that if you desire, you could call Detective Lewis, right?
I could subpoena Detective Lewis.
Yeah, okay, all right. But what's your proffer you'd like to make this time?
But I'm really not using it for Detective Lewis. I'm using it for Detective Quinn, who is testifying right now.
But it's still a foundational issue, Mr. Steele. If you want to admit the documents to ask those questions that you're asking about, it's still a foundation.
But foundation for whom?
Detective Lewis. I mean, because she's the one that took the statements, and she's the one who's in the best position to. And plus, she also swore out she was the person that the report was taken to. So you need to have some particular testimony from her.
I think the state doesn't want to call her. I think that speaks volumes for the court, and I have the quarterback, the lead detective.
Well, that's for the jury. That's for the jury to decide.
But they won't even know about
it. If you decide later on you want to go ahead and call that witness, you're welcome to do so.
Well, this is my proffer, if permitted, and I know you're stopping me.
No, make your proffer, sir.
No, you're stopping me in front of the jury. I would ask the Honorable Detective Quinn whether he received both. He's already answered that question in the affirmative. I was going to then ask him, they're both signed. Yes, I was going to ask him to read the above the signature that it's true, complete, and correct to the best of knowledge, and it's sworn. I'm not quoting it, but that's basically what it says. And he would answer accordingly. Then I was going to ask him, right where it says he, meaning Mr. Walter Murphy, advised me during the, and it's blacked out, which is different. That's in 208, different than in 207. He advised that he, so the language is different. And then it says all of a sudden 3 other males, one being named Bean, drove to a laundromat. That 3 other males is where it's deleted, omitted, not here in 208. And I was going to ask him, did that, was that curious to you? What did you do about it? Why would this happen? We've heard over and over again, he's been with the City of Atlanta Police Department 19 years. The state relied over my objections on his knowledge and his techniques and his investigatory experience, and I wanted to ask him the same questions. I am not asking anything about hearsay. I believe the foundation was laid because he got them both, and I want to know what he did about it. That's my questions for Detective Quinn.
All right, the documents would have to be admitted in order for you to ask them those questions, correct?
Yeah, well, you admitted them, but yes.
Well, they'd have to be admitted.
Yes.
So, all right, I'm going to still sustain the state's objection. I will go ahead and for the purposes of for your discussion, they've been identified, but I won't admit them in front of a jury at this point in time. And subject to more foundation.
Okay,
and your proffer's been noted.
And I think I made it clear. I hope I made it clear to the court. And for the record, I am not targeting the information as much as the investigation and Detective Quinn getting both of these and what did he do about it. That's what I'm targeting. So I believe I have the right person.
Yes, sir. Anything else in the state?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, then. I think that we've exhausted this. I will, like I said, the documents 207, 208, defense exhibits Williams have been identified, have not been admitted as of yet, subject to more foundation. And your proffer's been noted. All right, summon our jurors, please. What we? You? Mr. Gardner? Huh? Okay, all right. We're just going to sit in place, okay? there's anything that the court fails to add, if you're welcome to, at the appropriate time, to augment or request that the court delete anything that was said at our bench conference. We talked about a couple issues. First one being a juror issue. At the conclusion of today's proceedings, I'm going to talk with juror 219. And the reason I need to talk with juror 219 is he needs to schedule for a medical appointment. And that medical appointment, he's had some difficulties because he has to be able to be seen only by his doctor only in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday. And his doctor, despite his best efforts of having next week off, I don't know what day, if any, his doctor is available next week. So it may be the following week. So I wanted to inquire about that issue. Counsel, is anything further about that juror issue?
Not by mistake. Not that I understood, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. The next thing is, as I told you all, in the trial of any cases, life happens, and then you practice your vocation. For us, it's lawyering. I've had a death in of a close family friend, and that service is going to be on Monday, the 1st of April. So I know that when the we said the jurors are going to be out, we were going to take up some matters on Monday. I'm not going to take up any matters on Monday the 1st. Instead, we are going to move those to Tuesday, April the 2nd, and potentially into April the 3rd. Counsels, is there anything else in regards to that respect?
If you want me to, you said that you want to take up Attorney Sharp's Baker motion.
Your Baker motion.
And Weinstein's to App's motion.
Yeah, motion to, yes. And then I also, if appropriate, would like to take up the issues involving the redaction of the conviction of Mr. Winfrey, as well as the notes or recordings from Mr. Wise. Okay. I also, Detective Quinn is going to not be available Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. He will resume with us on Friday. And I take it Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love, you will have other witnesses for the remainder of this week. Is that correct?
We will, Your Honor. And at the end of today's session, we would just like to approach as relates to one or two.
Okay. And the third thing, or the fourth thing I'd like you all just to consider, given that we have had to take up a number of, let me back up. Related to one of the motions filed by Mr. Apt and Mr. Weinstein on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, we are going to attempt to, as part of the outflowing of that particular motion, to figure out the number of trial days that the state will need in order to finish the presentation of their case in chief. Related to that, since we've had some challenges in when our jury is seated, calling additional or taking up additional evidentiary issues and other things, which happens, that I'd like to, and since this morning worked pretty well, I'm thinking about starting court at 8:45 in order for us to take up any last minute straggler issues for the day, in order to get as much time as we possibly can, trial time with our jurors. So more to follow on that, but that is the other issue that I took up with counsel. Anything else, counsels?
Nothing else.
Okay, all right. All right, okay. Was there anything else, counsels, that I failed to miss, that those of you that were at the bench for the bench conference?
No.
Okay, all right. So, okay, then the last thing is, Mr. Steele, you asked me to reconsider your request to talk about defendants 207 and 208, which have been identified for purposes of the record.
Right. I'm not asking you. I respect the ruling. You know, I'm not conceding it. I respect the ruling. But I want to know if that ruling includes the fact, even though the exhibits are not in evidence, whether I can ask Detective Quinn, you received these two different documents, you already testified to it. Can you, did you inquire of anyone, especially Detective Lewis, why one of the documents seems incomplete, although signed? He won't have the document in evidence, but if he remembers it, those are my inquiry. And I don't believe that I should be stopped doing that. But I wanted to ask you first because the document came up.
All right. I don't see any issue with asking that question.
Yes, I don't know if they're two different, but he can say he received these two pieces of paper because I don't know if they're the state's contention is that it is the same document but just completed. But
the question that would be speculation is we don't know why. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be able to testify about that, but certainly you can ask him. I mean,
I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yes, sir. That's.
I didn't want to.
That's totally fine, sir.
I didn't want you to say that was implied. So okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else, counsel? I think like I said, we'll go ahead and we'll go another 15 to 30 minutes, and then we'll conclude for the day.
Okay.
Okay. We'll pick it up on Friday.
And can Detective Quinn have the exhibit to
Yes, I got him right here.
Even though, because I may refer to it that way for the record, even though it's not in evidence, I will not say what's in it.
Okay.
But can he have it in front of him so he can?
Yeah, you can show him for the purpose of identification.
I think he already had. I think
he had him. Yeah.
I think it's
all right.
On your desk, on your bench.
Aaron, we good? Okay. All right. I'm gonna let things chart. This one's not working again. I don't think I'll need it between now and then, but it's not working. All right. And then can you come back down from maybe about 5:30? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, Sergeant Ingram, all of yours back? What about all our participants? We good? Okay, all right. Seminar jurors, please. Can we bring Detective Quinn back, please, sir?
Three more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele.
Detective, in front of you is Mr. Williams, number 207 and 208.
Yes, sir.
Would you do me a favor? Is it typical when you were with the City of Atlanta, 2013, to have a form such as found in, let's say, 208, Mr. Williams 208? Is that a typical form?
When you say form, are you talking about a statement form or
Yeah, the supplemental incident report, narrative only. Is that something that's used?
This is customarily with a detective that assisted me. They would reduce whatever they did on my scene or in furtherance of my investigation. They'd reduce it to this written documentation. Yes.
And at the bottom was a typical 2013. It might be your whole career, but I'm interested, obviously. September 2013, for officers to sign with the pledge, the undersigned being duly sworn upon his or her oath, deposes and states that the foregoing is true, correct, complete, and legible to the best of his or her knowledge and belief. Is that something that's often used on police incident reports in the city of Atlanta?
Yeah, I've seen it, yes.
And then once and you tell us, once the report is filled out, you know, the person has the report typed in, is that when the person generally signs the report that it's on their oath that it's true and correct?
I don't know exactly how everyone handles that. Some don't even sign it. A lot of times they'll just write their name in there.
Okay.
Type it on in. It's not hard and fast, but that is sworn testimony. This is what I got for you, Detective Quinn.
And then is it usually looked at by a supervisor or a coworker?
A sergeant, which is the first line supervisor for most detectives.
Okay. And do you ever get, or in this case, did you ever inquire as to why you have something that's incomplete, but yet signed and verified that it's true, complete? 208.
I don't see that it's incomplete. Whatever they write me, that's their story. I can't scrutinize their work. Whatever you give me, I look at it, I evaluate it. I see how it fits into my investigation. So.
Do you see how it's just has a sentence just stopped?
Yeah, I don't understand that. It didn't matter to me at the time. Like, it didn't stick out. I guess you could say I missed it, but I don't think it's a huge deal.
Okay. And I guess my real big question you may have just answered, just make sure this is true. You either missed it or it didn't occur to you that it was incomplete. Is that fair to say? And if it's not, just tell us what was going on.
I'll explain. Whoever does something for me, I get whatever they give me. But in this situation, I knew I was going to do follow-up interviews with those two people. I instructed Detective Tracy Lewis, Detective Calhoun to go interview, which I did make that attempt to do. I did go down and try to get those interviews once I got the dust settled on the investigation a little bit.
Okay. Now, you've spoken, and I heard your testimony, that at times witnesses may not be truthful or accurate. How about that? Is that true?
People, in most cases, even cops sometimes. I mean, I've had a lot of volume, a lot of cases that have come to me. It's different almost every time.
And there's different reason for that. It doesn't mean the person has a bad heart or an evil intent. Somebody may see something that during a traumatic situation or an shocking or an unforeseen circumstance, and they may have just gotten it wrong. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Compound question.
I stand.
Is it fair to say that some witnesses may not be accurate because the event happened so fast? They just got it wrong. Is that fair?
I mean, we're talking about humans, and I'm in the human business. Humans make mistakes. That's intuitively obvious.
And sometimes witnesses intentionally fabricate, don't tell the truth. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever known witnesses to not be truthful?
In the hundreds of cases I've worked, yeah, there's been witnesses, there's been people that have given statements that haven't been truthful. It's up to the detective to test the veracity of information he receives or she receives.
And some potential witnesses may not be truthful because they have an agenda, like getting a deal. Is that, you know what I mean by a deal?
Oh, I know what a deal is, but what are you talking about as it pertains to this case?
Well, let's just use a Mr. Bean, okay? Adrian Bean.
Adrian Bean. Okay, I'm listening.
He asked for something called slack. Do you remember that in the recordings?
I mean, everybody asks for slack. I don't remember him saying it, but I'm not going to dispute what you're saying.
That's fine.
Everybody in this world wants a hookup. I don't care what it is.
And when slack could mean, and in this situation, Mr. Bean was looking for, my word would be leniency for him and Mr. Fred Prothro. Is that fair to say, if you remember?
I think that's fair to say. That's normal.
And a witness...
In my experience.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In my experience, I would call that normal.
Okay. And those people may shade the truth, lie, because they want to make it better for them. Fair to say?
Objection vague as to those people.
Mr. Bean.
A standing question.
Just use
Mr. Steele.
Okay. Just use Mr. Bean.
You have to give it to me again, Mr. Steele.
Okay. Mr. Bean, let's just talk about him. He told you he did not have a gun during this incident that we're talking about. Fair to say?
That's fair.
And he told you originally that he said that he wasn't the driver of the car. Is that fair to say?
He never told me he wasn't the driver of the car.
That's a good point. He told you that he told the detective who originally spoke with him that he was not the driver of the car.
Whoever that detective or detectives were.
And that mitigates, because the driver of the car almost killed Officer Roberson. Fair to say?
That's why I was there.
And the driver of the car also came through a gate, or broke through a gate at an apartment complex, right?
He did.
And the driver of the car, presumably, and if you don't know this, I don't know, there could have been another car or a child or a human being jogging that, when the crash through the gate, was right there.
And I think I shared that on the interview with Bain, that, you could really mess some folks up if kids were on those tricycles. So, yes.
Yeah, and the tricycle you're talking about, that's at the house that Mr. Bean took out part of the porch, ran over the tricycle, then careened over the ledge. Is that all correct?
A very reckless act, yes.
And all of that, and then slammed into the wall of the laundromat, right?
Well, it did the Dukes of Hazzard thing first. It went off the cliff.
Yeah, and thankfully cleared the people in the police car. Which
was, I think we covered that in the interview as well. I'm saying he almost landed right on the cop car.
And there could have been other people walking. That's just a pedestrian area, a business area, right?
Yeah, and in my experience, people running from the police or running from trouble, they will run through red light on Peachtree. It's just how it is when folks are trying to get away. They're not being careful with both hands on the wheel.
Because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did. Fair to say?
Anyone fleeing or running from the cops, from the folks, they ain't trying to go to jail.
And Mr. Bean told you, if you recall, that the car drove by itself. You remember that? All the driving through the gate, once it hit the gate, the car just drove by itself. Do you remember him saying that?
I do remember him saying that, but brakes don't work when you're driving at those high speeds. The kind of velocity it would have taken to take out that metal gate, controlled access gate. The car was out of control.
And he was the person putting the car out of control.
That's without question.
And he also told you he knew nothing about the armed robbery before it happened, right? That's what he told you.
You talking about in the beginning of the statement?
Yeah.
The beginning of our statement when we were together inside homicide?
Yeah, don't you remember all the statement that...
About the lien deal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
yeah, he was minimizing his exposure. He talked about buying some cough syrup, drank, whatever they call it.
And do you remember him also telling you that he never saw the officer, Roberson, who was right at the car? You remember him telling you that?
And you remember, if you watched the video, I said I didn't believe it.
No, I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm saying that's what Mr. Bean would say.
Absolutely.
He was, I don't want to use the word lie, but he was not being forthright. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would say so. Most people hold on to something. In my experience, most people...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. and relevance?
I'll sustain it as to the speculation. You can rephrase.
It's fine. And Mr. Bean also told you that he never heard the officer's commands to stop. Remember all that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Because he told you that if a police officer tells him to stop, he would absolutely stop. Do you remember something? And I'm not quoting him, but do you remember something like that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And remember Mr. Bean telling you, or having a conversation, and he might not have said this, so correct me. He's a nonviolent person.
You're probably paraphrasing, but yeah, he's not into the wet work.
Now, you did find out that Mr. Bean, just within a year of September 11, 2013, he had shot 2 unarmed men. Do you know that?
I never looked into that investigation. I plugged my ears whenever I heard it because that was a case I knew nothing about. It didn't interest me. My main concern, my focus was understanding why the officer used deadly force on 9/11/2013.
Is it potentially violent to shoot 2 unarmed people?
I mean, I think it's obvious anytime you shoot a human, unless it's self-defense. I don't see, and that's another thing. I don't know what that situation was. Was it self-defense? I don't know.
All right. So let's talk, if you don't mind, help the jurors to understand. I'd like you to explain a couple things, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Now it's clear to me that this, and I'm not saying this is the biggest scene you ever had, but this was an involved scene. You have the apartment complex where Officer Roberson L. has to discharge his weapon. He's almost killed. The other 2 officers are put in jeopardy because their car is slammed into. That's one area.
That's fair.
You have a second scene where, and I'll show you the photos if you need them. The car takes out part of the porch of the house and rides over the tricycle and goes through the fence with the barbed wire and goes off the landing. That's a second area. That's
Yes,
of
sir.
interest, right?
You're on it.
And then the third area is a little more involved, but it starts with the slamming of the vehicle, the 2004 Nissan Altima, into the side, and the people fleeing from that vehicle. So those are the things that, fortunately for you, that was your task, right? You had to figure out all 3 of these scenes. Fair to say?
It's fair to say.
All right. And part of that is I want to talk with you about, if you could tell the jury, how much time passed from Mr. Murphy entering the 2004 Nissan Altima on the driver's side rear, and Officer Roberson L. saying stop with his gun pointed, to the time that the car is slammed into the laundromat?
Based on the statements, the one in particular that Detective Roberson L. gave me, it probably unfolded in less than a minute. I wasn't there, but just based off the way it was explained to me, it was almost instant.
And was there any time, any investigation, any information that you received that somebody entered or exited the vehicle from the time that the vehicle driven by Mr. Bean almost killed Officer Roberson L., eventually slammed into the side of the laundromat?
I don't think I understand the question. Can
Okay.
you try it one more time?
Can I do that? Do you have any information that somebody either entered or exited the 2004 Nissan Maxima from the time that, God forbid, Officer Roberson L. was almost killed with the car to the time that the car slammed into the laundromat?
So did somebody get out while it's in midair?
That's what I'm, or it doesn't always have to be in midair, but going
Yeah, I
through the
didn't
gate.
get that.
Okay.
I don't.
All right. And that seems unlikely. Is that your thought? And if it's not, that's fine.
I sustain it as a form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
That's okay. All right. Now, do you remember the gentleman, Mr. Nava Flores?
I do.
and he gives you a recording and says 4 people enter the car.
Correct.
Do you remember that? And this is when the car is first loaned, stolen, whatever. I don't really care. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And
2233 Macon Drive address.
I was about to ask you. And that address is approximately a half mile, and you correct me, from where the apartment complex where Officer Roberson now had to discharge his weapon.
I think I can give you that.
Okay. And then, how much time passed between Mr. Nava Flores seeing the 4 people enter the vehicle until the vehicle is inside of the apartment complex where Officer Roberson now is almost killed?
I couldn't give you a time. I don't know how long. I know it wasn't a prolonged period of time. I know it wasn't more than an hour, just based off the statements. I mean, and I have to, like, as someone listening to this information, evaluate it and see how it fits. I don't know how long.
Was there enough time, as opposed to the drive by Mr. Bean crashing through the gate and crashing into the side of the laundromat, was there enough time that people could have gone in or out of that 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle? Between, I'm not asking.
I sustain this form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Was there time from Mr. Nava Flores seeing his car leave with the 4 people? Was there time for people to get out of that car or into that car before the car is slammed into the laundromat?
So you're asking me, just as human beings, can we get out of cars that the doors open? We can do that.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about, you mentioned that Officer Black and his partner, who I know you said Ashley, but does it sound familiar, Officer Ashley Davis?
Davis, yeah.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. You said that they had 2 people running to the fence. You remember that?
I remember that.
All right. And do you remember Officer Ashley Davis giving a description of the 2 people who went to the fence?
She gave a description, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now, unless you want to show them to me.
I'll show it to you if needed, but let me just ask you, and then I can show you a document if you need it.
I don't remember off the rip like that.
Do you remember Officer Ashley Davis saying that it was 2 people, remember that? 2 people running?
I do remember that.
Wearing white shirts. Do you remember that?
You'd have to show me just so I can confirm it. I mean, I have a pretty decent memory, but I can't remember all that.
It is not a problem. Can you just give me a second?
Take your time, counselor.
I may have to show you on a computer, but hold on one second.
That's fine.
You have it? You don't mind me using it?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach Detective Quinn?
Yeah, have you shown those to the state already?
Actually, the state showed them to me.
Okay, all right.
May I approach you?
Yes, you may, sir.
I'm always okay with you, Mr. Steele.
I need to mark it. Can I mark it?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be Mr. Williams, number 209.
All right.
Did you take the pen? You know I lost it.
Your Honor, I'm showing with Detective Quinn, Mr. Williams, number 209 for refresh memory if you got this right. All right.
Okay, I see the white T-shirt statement.
And if there are 4 people in the car, help me here. That officer, she was training, right?
She was a rook.
She has 2 of them in white shirts, fair to say?
That's what it says.
And then, do you remember Mr. Walter Murphy wearing a red shirt?
I remember that, yes. From the statement given by Detective Roberson L. and Booker Higgins.
And do you and he was taken in custody.
Okay.
And
I wasn't there for that.
And do you remember Mr. Bean wearing a blue shirt?
I don't remember what he was wearing unless you got a picture of him.
I'll show it to you. I'll show you a document, see if it helps you. And then do you remember Mr. Fred Prothro wearing also a blue shirt?
I don't remember Fred's shirt.
Okay. Let me see if I can help refresh that memory, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just give me one more second. Please.